Ooh. Feels as bad on your second tourney as well. That's real. That's Warhammer in a nutshell. This game gets kind of frustrating if you're on a bad streak.
It wakes.
All right, here we go. Oh, I gotta turn the map back on. Give me a sec, guys. And then we'll be ready. Alright, well, welcome for everyone who is here. It's good to be back. And I'm really excited to cast the tourney today. It's gonna be a really good one. We've got a lot of people signed up as usual. It might actually be one of our bigger ones though. It actually is, I think. I gotta familiarize myself with all of the limits and unit caps. Because I've been gone for the holidays, so I haven't really kept up with all of the picks and bans and everything. Oh, Thunder Tusks, Piggyback Knights, Hellforge Bellower, one Wrathmonger, two Seekers. Whoa, an Iron Demons limited. That's pretty rough for Chaos Dowie. They're usually pretty reliant on the trains, so I don't know how they're gonna even be competitive without all that. Slick. Alright, we got our first game of the day. We'll get it rolling, and then we'll just do our usual shtick. We'll just do as many replays as we can in the time that we got. Keep away from that. We do have a Chaos Dowie player, which is exciting. I'm curious to see how Jack is going to be playing this. Nosedive is on the Empire. We've got Road to Talabheim for our first map. One of the classics for sure. One of the best Total Tavern maps, and probably the best CA adaptation of it. I actually like them both pretty equally. Bordello Landing on the like ladder map for that CA made that they adapted. It's probably one of the worst adaptations, but this one's usually pretty solid if you run into it on just quick battles. I've been playing a little bit of that to get back into the swing of things since I've been gone. Canas and Trains got dumped. The Hellforge Bellower I'm not upset about. That thing is really stupid. I just think they need to tone down the vortex damage that it has, and it'd be a lot better. But Iron Demons, I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't play against Chaos Dowie a ton. Just in my anecdotal experience, I've never really found Chaos Dwarves to be all that good outside of those trains. But maybe that's just a broader balancing issue if you really think about it. So they've got pretty decent like shooting and everything. It's just kind of hard to protect all that. And the trains take a lot of pressure off your backline because it forces opponents to dedicate a bunch of resources to going after those instead. Alright. Let's actually jump out here to the, take a little gander at the stats. Since I've been away, I noticed that there's been quite a few changes and developments in the meta. I mean, Beastmen are up here at the top as usual. That's not super surprising. Beastmen are just wildly consistent. They very rarely lose matchups hard. Slaanesh and Ogre Kingdoms being their two bad matchups makes a lot of sense, though. Ogre Kingdoms just takes advantage of bad leadership so easily. They have so much mass. Beastmen just don't have enough units to try and counter these guys. You'd have figured that Khorngors would help some, but apparently not enough. And then Slaanesh is just always a bad matchup for Beastmen. Slaanesh just has so many ridiculous units on it. I know that Seekers are limited today, which is nice. But Hellstriders are the big pain for Beastmen. Because they're cheaper than Centaurs, and they body Centaurs, and then they get more powerful the second time you've summoned them in, because they keep the progress on their Soul Hunter passive, which is really rough over the course of a long game, and you just end up losing trades worse and worse as the Beastmen over time. I don't really know if there's a way to balance that out, though. Slaanesh just is not a faction that CA knows how to balance. And kind of the same for the Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms have always kind of been a faction that's either going to do amazingly or they're not going to be able to do much of anything. And, you know, Slaanesh was the absolute nightmare faction when they released. You know, they had the same problems with Hellstriders and stuff back then. Wildly over-statted and undercosted. We haven't so much come full circle. I don't think Slaanesh is as good now as it was on game release, but they've really not fallen off that hard. And CA's been doing a lot to try and rebalance them. I think they've swung a little too hard in the other direction. So, we've got Empire, we've got Chaos Dowie, Sorcerer, Prophet of Death, 3 Hobgoblin Archers. We've got Orc Laborers here, who are, you know, pretty decent for being as cheap as they are. I'm not 100% sure why we're bringing them in the Empire matchup, though. I don't really see a huge benefit to having the really cheap armor piercing available. I guess maybe if you can get on top of Empire Knights somehow, it'd be worth it, but they're very vulnerable. I don't think this is a great matchup for Orc Laborers to show up in. You might as well just bring Goblin Laborers and just have bodies. But we'll see how Jack makes this work. Baal Taurus character, very, very, very powerful. And Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, very good choices. On the Empire side, we've got Hockle and Long Rifles over here. We've got 1 War Wagon, the Sunmaker, Spearmen, Swordsman, Sigmar Sons. No caster in the opening, but probably going to be the first summon out if I had to guess. Very aggressive. Okay, gonna move him back into the formation. I was about to say, don't ever want to play that loose with your Hockland Long Rifles. They're just so slow. They get punished really hard. They've got like no HP on them. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in the Vanguard. Gonna jump out on the number 3 probably. Just hanging out. And lots of Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Armored checking Empire is always a pretty good idea. But Sunmaker is gonna be hard to deal with. It's gonna do a tremendous amount of damage to this army if Jack doesn't get on top of microing around and avoiding the worst of it here. The best thing you can do if you see your opponent has a big artillery piece like the Sunmaker back there and it's firing at you here, it's just like obliterating all your stuff on the middle and on the side point. Just push up into the woods, get something. You've got some sneaky gets over here. Sneaky gets cap the number 1. You keep a couple of Chaos Dwarf Warriors in the woods here. And you build up a little bit, and then you try and just like push out all at once. And just try and flood back here with enough stuff that you're eventually able to get the Sunmaker offline. Jack is going to have a really bad time if he advances into the firing range of the Sunmaker here. So we'll see how he plays it. War Wagon moving up to the number 1. Sneaky gets moving out of the woods, and the Hobgoblin Archers taking the number 3. They're a little exposed here. The Sunmaker could definitely fire some volleys at them, and the Sunmaker does ridiculous amounts of damage to just about everything. And they actually hit Boris Dodbringer. They took about 300 HP off of him. What are they shooting at? What is going on here? Sunmaker, you know, doing something for sure, and really nice play from Jack, keeping the warriors back, and the laborers are going to be the ones going forward and taking the damage. So I guess this is kind of what they're here for. I still think goblin laborers would have been a better choice, but look at the damage from the Sneaky gets, just absolutely hammering the war wagons. Taking about a quarter of their HP off right off the bat. You could probably get over here and drop Spirit Leeches on these guys and start picking off models on those. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Starting to take some damage. Ooh, Huntsman in the woods here, getting big volleys off on the Wolf Raiders right now. Wolf Raiders can charge down Huntsmen. Huntsmen are very bad at melee combat. They have only 18 melee defense, which is, you know, not much better than the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, and with the charge bonus, you can definitely get in there and bully. This is a tremendous error in judgment by our Empire player. No cover for the Hockland Long Rifles here. You have to have infantry to buffer so that this kind of stuff just doesn't happen. You can't just play loose with your formations where you just have giant gaping holes in the front line. This is inevitably what ends up happening. Now, the Empire is fending off most of the Hobgoblins, but they've taken a ton of damage on these Hocklands. It's not going to take much to take these offline again, and the Bale Taurus characters landing here definitely going to help chip off some more models. These guys are routing back here, 18 models left. This is the chance for the Chaos Dwarves to move up, and it does look like they're going to take the opportunity as well. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, though, don't need to be sitting here. They need to loop and start putting pressure on the Sunmaker back here. Now, the Sunmaker has used quite a bit of its ammo, and it's shooting at garbage for the most part. Definitely needs to micro this into shooting at the Warriors, which is going to happen now. Good Spirit Leech going down to the Hocklands, lessening the HP on these guys, killing a couple more models and doing quite a bit of damage. Back here, just really solid pressure from the Bale Taurus character. Taking a good opportunity and pushing it as far as possible. Definitely needs to pull out now, though. Getting shot at by Huntsmen and the Free Company Militia here is going to really start to rack up over the course of this game, and Bale Taurus needs to just stay safe as long as possible. Nice intercept with the Empire Knights. War Wagons have gone down here, unfortunately, for the Empire. A little bit of damage from the Sunmaker, and we do have the Skullcracker coming out on the field. Running over the Sigmar Suns, just knocking over a fair few of them. Don't worry about it, guys. They just went right under the wheels. Not even a worry. They're fine. But the Empire Knights do break the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Get a little bit more Sunmaker fire, and I don't feel like the Sunmaker's been very impactful. You can see it's not even gotten close to its value back. Which is a little problematic for the Empire. That thing needs to be putting in a shit ton of work in order for it to be worth the time and effort of bringing it. That's really not happened so far. Infernal Guard, Fireglaves coming out, looking to shoot at some Empire Knights. We've got Spearmen. They're taking a losing fight against the Warriors here. And the Chaos Dowie are actually holding this objective right now. Empire not taking it. Hocklands, the last few of them managing to turn attention here, trying to save the Huntsman, but the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders definitely getting a decent little chunk of damage off on those guys. Free Company Militia being chased down by the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. The Skullcracker is juiced. Oh my god, 101 kills already. How is it doing that much damage, man? It's always kind of shocking to see just how powerful these trains are. Maybe the limit of 1 is the right call here. A little bit of damage from the Sunmaker. Sunmaker fully out of ammo, though, and only about 1,000 value. That's 1,700 gold. That thing is so expensive. That is kind of the risk of bringing it, is your opponent Doesn't send anything valuable forward. And you just accidentally waste a little bit of its ammo, and then it takes forever to try and get the value back. Fireglaves are going to be very happy about this situation. They don't really have anything to threaten them. The Hochland long rifles can, but they're way in the backfield here. And they're pretty tattered. They can probably get shut down again without too much of an issue. Empire Knights are doing a pretty good job of being a terror back here. They are helping to break down these Chaos Dwarf Warriors, killing some of the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. But the Chaos now have the triple cap, and they're probably going to be able to hang on to the points for a good long while here. More warriors. Just taking too long to be broken down. Empire just not having any answers to the heavily armored infantry, really. You can see there's quite a few en route, but the issue is that there's just more healthy units to replace. And, you know, swordsmen just don't hold up in combat very well. They're state troopers, after all. State troops are pretty low-tier infantry unit. They just don't have the sauce to deal with these infantry. No caster either is pretty painful, but really good focus fire coming in here. Sterling's Revenge and Free Company Militia and Hochland Long Rifles and Huntsmen all punishing this Skullcracker. Skullcracker was doing great, and now it's on death's bed here. Being able to break this thing down and maybe being able to retake this objective. If you can get some very favorable trades here, I think it might be possible for the Empire to get back in this, but definitely don't want to lose this Empire Knight. Empire Knights have got to get away from these Bull Centaur renders. They do get caught a little bit. Gonna lose a few models here. I don't think the Empire Knights should be committing to this fight in the middle. Oh, and Boris Todbringer is being broken here. That's really painful for the Empire. As long as he doesn't get chased off, he should be able to rally. He does have his Midland Rune Fang, so he is getting the passive healing. He's got a good bit of room left on his heal cap. He's probably going to have about 2,700 HP after this is all said and done. But he needs to keep running. He does not need to stop here. He's actually getting shot up really badly by the Infernal Guard Fireglaves now. Doing a really good job of counter-firing. Empire Knights come in to shut those guys down. But they do have the halberds. I mean, it's only a bonus versus large of 5. Really not that great, but against an Empire Knight, it's more than enough to be able to beat those guys down. Skullcracker hanging in there with just a little bit of HP. Looking to get into a scrap here. Not sure where, but rolling around looking for trouble for sure. Huntsman trying to fire at Bull Centaur renders, but not finding a lot of success there. And we finally get some grenade launchers. Grenade launchers aren't amazing against armor, but they're the best bet you have at breaking down Chaos Dwarf Warriors. They just do a lot of damage in general, and then they do... The explosion damage is very effective against tightly packed formations. You can see just how punishing that fire is. Almost half the HP off of those warriors. Boris Todbringer does go down, though, unfortunately. Dead at the young age of 20, you know. Don't let the grizzled beard and sultry looks fool you. He is a very young man. Not nearly as grizzled as you might think. This is just the Warhammer world's effect on the human body. You may not like it, but it's the truth. More Bull Centaur renders coming out. And, are these the original Bull Centaur renders? Where are the other Bull Centaur? Oh, there they are. They're way back here. So we got 2 Bull Centaur renders on the field now, and I think that with the cap situation being what it is, Empire is really struggling to hold on to more than one objective at a time. The tickets, very unfavorable for the Empire. They've lost their lord. This game is probably over at this point. It would take a real rally from Nosedive to pull this off. Demigriff Halberds are out. They're not amazing in this matchup, though. I think just basic Empire Knights are your best bet, because there's just so many cost-efficient ranged units that the Chaos Dwarves have access to that can do damage to the Demigriffs. And then you've got Bull Centaur Renders, and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders can chip them down, because these guys don't have shields. Even though they have a ton of armor, they'll just take damage every time. That is going to be game. Nosedive did a really good job of trading there. Just was not able to get any kind of a substantial value lead. The Hawklands didn't pay for themselves. War Wagons and the Sunmaker were all very lackluster. Huntsmen were nice. They did really well. Sterling's Revenge were big MVPs. Empire Knights did okay, too. Free Company Militia did great. Man, oh man, I feel like just, honestly, probably just cutting these units and just bringing all of the Huntsmen and maybe the Grenade Launcher in the opening would have been the better call for Nosedive. Sunmaker, maybe you can leave it in reserve and bring it out really early if your opponent just has a ton of elite infantry on the field. But I don't love starting with it against the Chaos Dowie. It's pretty vulnerable, and as you saw there, if you're shooting at chaff, you're never going to get value back on it. It's a tremendously expensive RD piece. But really well played by both of our first-round players. Hats off to them, and we've got a couple replays rolling in, so we'll get to those in a minute. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, Dark Age. I do think the trains are pretty hard for some factions to deal with. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many factions that it's almost inevitable that there's just going to be bad matchups that factions don't really want to play into. In SFT tournaments, that's a bigger issue. But in, like, Turin's pick 6 tourneys and 3x3 matrix and stuff, you can usually pick around all of those problems. It's a little bit easier to get through those matchups and not just end up in one where you don't have any answers to certain types of units. Yeah, I don't know if they're lower mid-tier. I think they're a very middle-of-the-road faction. Without the trains, though, they probably are lower mid-tier. I feel like 2 trains is usually the sweet spot for the Chaos Dwarves, which I play Khorne. Khorne doesn't really struggle to deal with the trains, so I'm probably a little biased on that front. But I don't know. It's really hard to say. I mean, there's just so many intricacies to this game. Having the knowledge to, like, break down every single matchup and every single faction into its perfect constituent parts to know exactly how to deal with them is not an easy matter. I mean, you've got how many units even on one unit roster? Like 50 plus? And when you consider there's 24 factions in the game, that's a lot of information to be taking in and trying to synthesize to have any idea of how to, like, play against people in this game. It's not an easy matter. All right, give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna drop our replays into my folder, and we'll start going through those. Sweet. Oh, we got a Khorne versus Greenskins. That's gonna be so fun. Canonically, Greenskins win this matchup just because they got to fight. Same with Khorne in a lot of ways. But we'll see how this goes. We got Adam TM, Toad Killer Dog on the other side. Gorbat Ironclaw. We've got a big boss, or Black Orc Big Boss on the pig, which I really like. I love the Black Orc Big Bosses with the mobility. They don't lose any stats. They get more health. I mean, there's really no reason not to take the pig, in my opinion. Unless you really don't need them to be, like, moving around much. That's the only exception, I guess. But that should be a nice little hero squad to maybe beat up on Skulltaker. Skulltaker is insane on this throne, man. He has 61 melee attack. Okay. Very enthusiastic. Thank you, Skulltaker. Have a good one. But anyways, when he's got Revel and Slaughter activated, he'll have 61 melee attack, and he's got 510 weapon strength, which is crazy strong. I mean, he's got more than Gorbad does, which is certainly something. He is pretty vulnerable with the low melee attack, though. Or melee defense, I should say. He can be dealt with. He's just very tanky. Definitely a really good option for the Cornate Forces in the Greenskins matchup. Valkia is also really good. But this hero squad would definitely be a little too much for Valkia to deal with. So I'm liking the opportunity for Adam here to be able to make some really good use out of his very tanky lord. Shaman has Edbutt, Brainburster, and Fist of Gork. Fist of Gork, always a good option in this matchup because it gives the magical attacks and melee defense as well, and melee attacks, so very nice. Unfortunately, out here we do have the Wolf Rider Archers getting jumped on by a lot of Cornate units. They take a little bit of damage, but they do peel out of here. The second Toad Killer Dog clocks that. Morgrub's Mangy Marauders retreating a little bit, firing at the Marauders, which is a bit of a waste of their ammo. That's a very cost-inefficient trade in my book. Nice use of the Mangler Squigs, getting on top of the dual weapons, sending some Goblin Spears forward, just to buffer a little bit of damage, which I actually kind of like. Never mind. Not going to be able to do that. Pulling back and focusing in on these Marauder dual weapons back here. And Skulltaker gets a really nice charge on these guys. We do have Bloody Onslaught being popped on the Goblins. Not really the kind of target you want to use that on, but I do understand wanting to just, like, peel a unit faster than you might otherwise be able to. Bloodweight Berserkers getting into the Orc Boy Spears here with some Korngor support. The Korngors would probably be best served just lining up and facing towards the spawns and buffering for this melee fight here. This is going to be a win for Khorne. You just don't want to let your units get rear charged here. You know, just generally, as a rule, you don't want that to happen, but Adam is all over the Greenskins right now. Big wins across the board so far. We do have Orc Boys fighting multiple Marauder units here, which isn't going to go so well if they don't cycle charge. Morgrubs get jumped on by Furies and get absolutely shredded in the early game. Tons of Snotling, just one Snotling Pump Wagon. One Rock Lobber, that's what I was thinking, was also a Pump Wagon. But gonna have to try and save Rugloods here. Pump Wagons should be able to do big damage to the Chaos Furies. And man, those missiles that the Flappas have here. Actually doing some serious damage to the Furies. And do manage to save Rugloods here. They've got about 200 value so far. They're a very long-range crossbow unit. They've got pretty decent stats, but it's looking really rough for the Greenskins here. These two Mangler Squigs need to get back here and explode on these Marauder dual weapons, or I am really afraid for the Greenskins here. They don't have a great comp to be going up against Khorne here. They're doing a pretty good job of peeling a lot of the Marauders, though. The really elite stuff is what I'm worried about. The Bloodweight Berserkers are very healthy. We've got Skulltaker, Korngors, and Minotaurs all running around. Very happy out here. And this is a bad situation developing here for the Greenskins. We've got Minotaurs all over the Orc Shaman, who's taking big damage, man. Korngors right underfoot as well. Khorne might be able to kill Gorbad as well. Gorbad and the Shaman going down would be a pretty game set match type of scenario, I think. Even with these fights on the home objective for the Greenskins going a little bit better now. If you lose your Lord as the Greenskins, you're dealing with some serious leadership problems. And I don't know how the Greenskins would be able to recover from that. And Gorbad is going to be routing here, taking an obscene amount of damage from the Minos. The Bloodwake Berserkers, just way too caught up on way too many things here. You really don't want to fight Bloodwake Berserkers in melee. I mean, that's easier said than done, because they are decently fast with their foot speed. But you have to be able to avoid them. You can definitely kite Khorne around a little bit if they've got the Marauder and the Bloodwake Berserker, like, pairing. Marauders are pretty, like, squishy. They can be dealt with fairly capably by the greenskins. You just have to preserve your hero core. You got to get all your use you can out of the abilities that Gorbat has access to, because those are a big force multiplier, and not having that around, not being able to buff up your elites, or even your chaff to do extra damage, is very punishing. Pretty nice sword there. Sword drops off pretty hard against armor. So the Black Orcs doing okay. They managed to survive through that, and they were already pretty beat up, so pretty good situation there. Marauder Horsemen getting chased down by Flappas and Squig Herds, which is pretty nice. We do have a very beat up Ruggalids back here. They're basically useless now. Only 400 value on this guy's really not doing too much. Goblin Rocklobber, though, has been pretty juicy this game. Definitely putting in some pretty good work. 1,000 value on this thing. Maybe just a bunch of Rocklobbers would have been a good choice. Because if there's one thing that Bloodwake Berserkers hate, it's artillery. Artillery and armor-piercing missiles are your best bet against the Bloodwake Berserkers. They are small targets. They can be very annoying to actually hit. But if you stay consistent with the pressure against them, you can usually break them down. Nasty Skulkers coming out. They do beat some Khorngors up. They're fighting over here with the big boss, getting a little bit of extra leadership. Maybe going to be able to beat those Khorngors. And, you know, Khorne's got a big blob over here on the number 3 objective, but they're kind of leaving their Minotaurs out to dry a little bit. To Swamp Things, we've got Savage Orc Biggins here. Black Orc Big Boss is still grinding against the Khorngors with the Nasty Skulkers. Probably needs to get away from that fight just because Khorngors are going to shred him pretty bad on that pig. And I just don't see Greenskins having enough battlefield control for the rest of this game. I'm going to start to fast forward through this. We'll pull away if we need to at any point. Adam's doing a pretty good job of just stopping stuff up with the Horsemen, and then getting the Bloodwake Berserkers onto a target they can actually fight. Look at the damage to the Swamp Things there. They do have Skull Takers surrounded here, though, and Wah is active for another 4 seconds. They might be able to break down his HP a little bit more here. Bloodwake Berserkers just doing their absolute damnedest to hang on here. And Khorne's starting to look like they're a little bit thin on the ground, actually. Now, there are some Blood Beasts that are beating up on these Squig Herds out here. Definitely going to secure the number 1. 2 Fury units out. Need cap weight, though. I'd start bringing up some Marauders if possible. You do have to hang on to these objectives if you're going to win this game, you know. Furies definitely should land here. That's a pretty good fight for them. They're very good in sustained combat against Boar Boys and Savage Orc Biggins. But I guess Bloodwake Berserkers and Skull Taker here might be able to just finish all this stuff off. Look how much damage he's doing in here, man. Absolutely bullying these poor trolls. And the trolls are also getting shot by the throwing axes. Throwing axes just doing a really good job of mirroring here. Adam has really leveled up the gameplay since I last saw him, which is really awesome to see. You know, he's always been pretty good, but definitely playing a lot cleaner than I've seen him play in the past, where in similar situations, he might have gotten a little impatient, maybe over-pushed himself and faltered a little bit, but doing a really good job of locking back in and securing objectives back, and playing for the long game. Blocking up the cap here with the Horsemen is really slick. That's very smart play. These guys have to engage in melee, and you can just kind of kite around them, you know. You've got a pretty good combat there anyways, also. Khorne Marauder Horsemen are great in melee combat, and they'll trade okay into the Boar Boys, actually. That is going to be it, though. Definitely, unfortunate situation with Gorbat and the Shaman getting caught by the Minotaurs and the Corn Gores there. They just didn't have a chance once they were stuck in there like that. It's just too much AP damage for them to take, and they got wrecked, man. And that was pretty much it. Corn loves to be able to Lord Snipe, and they also love attrition games as well, which is kind of also Greenskin's shtick. So usually whoever is able to outperform in one category or the other is going to be the one that takes it. Like, if you're able to snipe your opponent's Lord and then just value trade evenly the rest of the game, it's going to go to whichever side actually has their Lord available. And this time it was Corn. Greenskin's player definitely had some plays left there if Gorbad was still available to provide buffs and such, but without him it's just too much of an uphill climb. But best wishes in the future to Toadkiller Dog. I'm sure we'll be seeing him around again. We've got a replay from the wrong tournament, it looks like. And, alright, we'll do this Wood Elf versus Slaanesh matchup. Wood Elves are pretty good against Slaanesh, honestly. They've got some really nice tools to be able to break down their infantry and also deal with their swarming elements. So, we'll see how the Wood Elves are able to make that happen here. Captain Pinchy is an excellent Slaanesh player, I know. And I don't think I've ever seen Arctic Ghost play, so this is going to be really interesting. We've got Starfire Shafts, we've got Hagbane Tips, always a good option for the Glade Riders. Glade Lord with Prey of Anathrema, which is always a very good item. Snares, very effective against factions like Slaanesh, where you can snare down something that's squishy and just punish it to death. Enfeebling Foe, Occam's Mindrazor, and Melkoth's being the spells. Just pretty nice. I like the spell kit, honestly. Occam's Mindrazor is a little underrated in my opinion. It's a pretty powerful buff. Gives you magical attacks and 50% weapon strength. No extra melee attack is a little unfortunate. You can pair it with Enfeebling Foe, though. And with the good duration on this, you can definitely swing some fights in your favor between SEs. So, you could probably kill the... Like, I think that what you could do to pair that up really well is find an opportunity to pop Prey of Anathrema on the Herald. Send the Glade Lord in to beat her up and just pop that Occam's Mindrazor on the Glade Lord while she does it. Be a pretty nice situation for the Wood Elves. Good damage going on right now. Shooting into the Devoted Hellscourge Marauders. Eternal Guard need to delay the frontline fight as long as possible. It's not usually the best circumstance for you to be taking frontline fights as the Wood Elves. You want to use your Eternal Guard just as a deterrent. You know, you want to use them to just occupy space on the battlefield. They don't want to be doing an actual... they don't want to actually be doing a lot of fighting. Hellstriders with the Hellscourge just get right on top of the Glade Lord, and Spellsinger about to get jumped on by the Hellstriders here, and no answer yet. We do get some Glade Riders coming out now. Glade Riders are going to get wrecked by the Fiends, though, and the Herald definitely going to roll up in here happy as can be, and this might be a really short game with the Hellstriders, Fiends, Herald. We've got the Locus of Grace being popped, buffing all these units into the stratosphere. I mean, 60 melee defense on Fiends is pretty ridiculous. Hellstriders didn't get the benefit of that, though, for some reason. Not sure why. Doesn't really matter, though. Their AP attacks are just doing disgusting amounts of work. Pavane going down. Deepwood Scout's going to get dumpstered here. We've got Furies landing on Glade Guard, Starfire Shafts here. Hellstriders getting up behind them, going to get a good rear charge and immediately break these guys. Dryads going into Chaos Warriors, not a very good trade. Hagbane Tips are just not really supporting much over here, and losing 2 Glade Riders and the Deepwood Scout Swiftshiver Shard is a pretty horrible situation for the Wood Elves right off the bat. They're also losing the Starfire Shaft here. You know, you can just bounce out here and just finish all this stuff off, probably. Then you can just focus on rear charging all these things down and just... you win the game at that point. And there's just not enough reaction from Arctic Ghost here. You have to be microing your missiles around as Wood Elves. They need to be drawing your opponent deeper into your summons locations. They need to stay away from damage as much as possible, and you need to keep units back to protect them. Especially against Slaanesh. You know, Dryads are a really good tool for peeling Furies and even Hellstriders. They get around the physical resistance. They've got pretty good melee attack, too. So they can also beat up on these guys pretty decently. More Hellstriders with Hellscourges coming out. We're going to start fast-forwarding through this one. I think this is going to be an over-and-done real fast here. Arctic Ghost just getting jumped on by Slaanesh and absolutely obliterated. No shame in that. Slaanesh is an amazing faction right now. Very powerful. You can see how effective the Hellstriders are at getting rear charges and the like. Locus of Grace, very powerful ability, buffing up with Phys Res and also melee defense. Keeping these very, you know, low armored units nice and healthy. Zote's coming in. You can just surround these guys at this point. They'll just get absolutely dumpstered here. Seekers are coming in also, and look how quickly these guys go down. And they've even got Flesh to Stone popped. But Acquiescence, Soporific Musk, Poisoned, everything under the sun going in on these guys. And the Zotes just get folded up like a piece of tissue. Really unfortunate for the Wood Elves, man. Probably just needed to play for the long game, you know. Playing in the woods wouldn't be a bad idea from here. Your missiles are pretty long ranged, so they can definitely cover this this first objective, the number 3. You can scoot your shields out here and keep your missiles right on the forest edge to jump in and out as needed. Not the most important thing against Slaanesh, just because they don't have a lot of missile fire, but you do get lots of benefits from fighting in the forest as the Wood Elves. You've got Woodsmen, a lot of your units have Strider as well, which helps their combat performance in the woods. And if you can, you know, force fights from Hellstriders in the woods, it's going to make them a lot less effective. Oh, wait, no, that's right, never mind. Slaanesh has Strider as well, so fighting in terrain doesn't even matter against them. That's really painful. Yeah, we'll fast forward through the rest of this one. Unlucky for the Wood Elves. I think with a little bit cleaner micro, maybe something can happen here. You just have to keep a very tight formation against Slaanesh. If you can force Slaanesh into a situation where they're trying to get into a box, they're really not going to have a very good time. And Wood Elves are able to do this style where they push up. You get a nice set of geometry going here. Nice little octagon or something. And then your missile units can cover the other objective that you're just scrapping over. Use your mobility and units like Eternal Guard and Dryads to try and push it and hang on to it. And that's kind of how you need to play against Slaanesh. I really don't see many other ways of playing against Slaanesh right now. You can see, man, just crazy value. Really good micro from Pinchy, which is why these units all did so well. They are strong, but if you can just wear them down early, get some good burst damage on them with like missiles or with very powerful melee characters or lords or something, that's the best way of dealing with Slaanesh. Once Slaanesh runs out of juice, that's usually when you win, and that's usually only through attrition. That's the only way you can really beat Slaanesh effectively. What's up, Stern? Alright, let's go check out any more... Yeah. Got some more replays here. Let's jump in here. And we'll go over these. Yeah, we'll overwrite the save file. okay. Wow, we've got a Dowie mirror match. Well, this is going to be interesting. That's really all I have to say. Look at these armies, too. These are some builds. That's all I'm going to say, man. Oh my goodness. Thorgrim. We've got, what is that, the Runesmith, I believe? Thoric Ironbrow, and, is that Garagrim? I think that might be Garagrim, Iron Fist over here. Hold on. Yeah, we do have Garagrim. Very rare that you see Garagrim out, but he would be pretty good here. I mean, he is a, anti-infantry, duelist, so why not, right? War Mourner. Thoric Ironbrow has lots of runes. Got the Rune of Negation, Rune of Steel, Breaking. Ooh, very different rune picks than you otherwise normally see out of the Dowie, honestly. But we'll see how that works out. Doomseekers off in their vanguard position, and just a ton of Dwarf Warriors, some Longbeards mixed in here. Dragonfire Pass, Iron Drakes, and one Quarreler. Thorgrim Grudgebearer on the other side here. Great Book of Grudges, High King, both very good abilities. Just the Rune of Speed for this Runesmith. Some Slayers. Not 100% sure why they're here. Why does one bring Slayers against the Dowie? Maybe if you think your opponent's also going to bring Thorgrim, I guess? I have no idea. But a ton of Longbeard Great Weapons. Max Longbeard Great Weapons here. For Mars. We're going to have a very heavy metal showdown here. Oh, Grudge Thrower coming out. Really nice first summon from our Karak rep. Maedon. Miners hanging out back here. Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons should beat those Miners pretty comfortably. Miners are just one of the worst units in the game, honestly. They're atrocious in melee. I really don't think that their AP makes up for how ineffective they are. They just don't really hit anything ever. Big damage going down on the Grumbling Guard right now. They're taking a tremendous pounding right now, and they do have an ability that lowers Vigor on the units around them, so actually killing these guys first is going to be very beneficial for the forces of Maedon here. Another Grudge Thrower coming out, and these Grudge Throwers actually have chevrons, and they're getting some really nice side shots because of the way that the formation has been turned by Maedon. Fighting from his home point, and then kind of just forming up to where everything is just looking right down the pipe of these artillery crews. A little bit of friendly fire coming down, which is unfortunate, but they are getting some big shots on the enemy forces as well. So the Dowie, you know, we've got a little bit of a unfortunate situation developing there, but I think over the long term that's going to benefit Maedon more than it is Mars. Slayers coming out. Oh, bombing runs coming in from gyrocopters. Big damage, but Thunderers should be able to peel these guys. They were not able to do devastating damage to the Grudge Throwers, who still have all their models and are firing very happily. But, having said that, Maedon is very possibly going to lose this objective here. The much better front line for Mars is really grinding through here. We do have a couple of Dwarf Warriors in this position over here, on this edge of the objective, hanging in. But, man, the Longbeards are just pummeling everything in front of them right now. Wow, I'm very impressed with their performance, man. These Longbeards back here running for their lives. We've got the Runesmith chasing them. Thorgrim's wheeling around here. Garagrim is he's just taking a tremendous amount of damage, man. Very, very punishing amount of damage. that he's been subjected to. He is going to be peeling back to try and kill the Runesmith. Runesmith kind of chasing pretty deep here. We do have more bombing runs coming in, maybe, or just trying to, you know, avoid the worst of the Thunderer shooting. Getting into melee combat is a pretty good idea here. Doing a very good job there. We've got Slayers pushing deep into the back line. Being stopped up by some great weapons and some miners here. Not a tremendous fight for anybody, and what has been going on over here, man? Dwarf Warrior, great weapons. Absolutely slaughtering miners and stuff, I guess, but more miners coming out and just hanging on to this objective is Mars. Mars is doing a really good job of stuffing off of the points, and Maidon has lost all momentum here. Grudge Throwers are going to have to put in a ton of work in order to get him back in this game. Now we've got a really bad situation with Thoric being beaten up on. We do have Thorgrim and some Longbeards. You can see how saucy these guys are with the High King right here next to him, giving them all these buffs. And Thoric is not going to be long for this world, and that's probably going to be game for Maidon. I was thinking he was in a decent position. Really liked the summons, but Mars with the superior front line, proving its mettle and prowess over the other Dowie forces here. And some more gyrocopters getting in here, just being annoying, landing on top of the Iron Drakes and just not letting them shoot at all. Runesmith somehow alive, despite going up against Garagrim. And Garagrim's really not gotten good value. Very lackluster performance from him. Thoric also not doing much of anything, only 136 value. And what is Thorgrim sitting at? 1200 from Thorgrim. I guess he was the one beating up on Garagrim. And then he's also just giving big buffs to all of the other remaining units here. This is a very tough blob to break down, honestly. These Longbeards are going to be able to hang in here for quite a while with Thorgrim hanging out on top of them. We finally get Gyros from Maidon coming out. And they're going to start punishing really hard. But they have got to save Thorgrim. Thorek cannot die. And they need to kill Thorgrim in order to win this match. Elsewise, I don't see it being tremendously... I don't see myself being tremendously optimistic for Maidon here at this stage of the game. Getting a little bit of push on the number 3 objective. More Gyros coming out. Missiles are breaking down a lot of the Dwarf Warriors and has secured the backline pretty well now. 145 kills here, 1200 value. Big performance from that Grudge Thrower, but more Grudge Thrower. I think it's just too much artillery, man. Like, I can see bringing 2. 1, certainly very good. 2, yeah, sure, but 3 Grudge Throwers, and especially when you don't have any objectives and you're already in triple cap territory, very questionable decision making there. Value trade wise, it's going to keep you in the game, but you can't lose on tickets like this at this stage of the game. It's just going to continue to develop into a bigger and bigger problem, and the Gyros aren't trading that well anyways either. There's Iron Drakes out here buffering them off, Thunderers on the other side also getting some pretty cost-effective fire, more cap weight coming out, Grim Delvers sneaking up, very tricky unit. Love these guys, one of the funner units in the game, and look at them just delete that gyrocopter, dude. You gotta love it, man. We'll watch it here. They just completely delete units. That's the kind of stuff you love to see. And they're not cheap or cheesy or anything. They're just a really nice, elite shotgun unit. I've been noticing that people have been getting really good with using, like, the Grim Delvers, Boydnov's Brawlers. Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses on occasion can come in and do good work. But I think people are starting to really, like, maximize the potential of those shotgun-type units. You really only need to get a few good volleys off with them in order to make them pay for themselves. And yeah, man. Mars, dominant performance there. The front line was amazing for them. They did a lot of heavy lifting there, you know. On the other side, man, Thoric really wasn't able to do much. Garagrim struggled tremendously. The Trollhammer torpedoes did okay, but they were locked down in combat for a long time trying to deal with these gyrocopters. Just really good micro from Mars. Showing some stuff there, man. And this is why you gotta be careful with committing too much to artillery. They can really struggle to provide you enough overwhelming value to win you a game. Especially if you're summoning them in as reinforcements, I think you're better off not doing it. Alright. Just chatting with some people in the DMs. Adam sent me another good replay, so I'm going to download that. We'll go through the other ones we have first, and then we'll get to Khorne versus Tomb King Showdown, which is always a pretty good choice, and I don't know why I clicked that. Alright, well, you can see the state of my Skull Taker campaign real quick, and then we'll jump out and we'll get back into the replays. I'm a little too quick on the draw there. Alright. In the meantime, I'm going to check the bracket out. We'll see who's up right now. We've got LeJuiced doing really well. Wow, LeJuiced also with 7 Swiss points. That's crazy. Is that correct? There's no way that's correct. Where's he getting extra points from? We'll figure that out later. Pep is doing really well. Mars, who we just saw, 2 very dominant wins, it looks like. Bull doing well. Ninja Jack also doing nicely. We've got Just Jack here. Captain Pinchy and Adam all doing really nicely so far. So, looks like it's been pretty good games. Alright, let me get back to this. Let me get out of this campaign real quick. We'll try not to misclick. Loading into campaigns takes an age and a half. Alright. Boom. Khorne versus Tomb Kings, man. And we've got a High Queen Khalida sighting. She is on the, what is it? What are they called? Oh my goodness. The Necropolis Knight. The Sneaky Snake model. Not the Sepulchral Stalker, but the actual, like, snake that the Necropolis Knights ride around on. She's really good. I actually think Khalida might be a low-key amazing pick against Khorne. Because then you just bring a light caster, and you've got nets, and you just torment Khorne endlessly with that. Khorne hates being netted. And with the prevalence of Wrathmongers, I think being able to lock those guys down and punish them with missile fire, probably one of the better ways to deal with them. But without further ado, we're going to just jump in here. We'll go over the builds real quick. We've got High Queen Khalida. She's chilling out here, looking cool as hell, as always. We love our undead ladies. We've got Chosen of the Gods hanging out here. We've got lots of Skeleton Archers. Skeleton Archers I don't like in this matchup. I mean, they're just so squishy. Fears just obliterate them. But with this many, maybe it ends up being a threat overload that Khorne isn't really able to effectively dive and get rid of all these guys. Nehakara warriors are advancing across the board. Max number of them. They're pretty good. They're very good at killing marauders. And they do trade okay into bloodletters and the like. They trade upwards into bloodletters even if they do lose the fight when both units are at full health. It's still worth it just because Nehakara warriors are 275 gold less. And they'll usually take about 2/3 of the HP off of bloodletters. So I certainly don't complain about it when I'm playing Tomb Kings. Some halberds coming up. Any magic gonna come out for collective? Where's the mage? We need to see some magic. Magic is a big force multiplier against Khorne. In general, it's a big force multiplier, but especially against factions that don't have magic, you really want to take advantage of the fact that you do. That's why I think the Netscaster is so good against Khorne. Because if you can just lock stuff down, Khorne has to be in melee to, like, do anything anyways.
Keep it from the foe.
If you can deny them that value and profit that way, you're just going to be cackling for days. Marauder's very bunched up here. Adam definitely needing to spread these guys out. The right thing is being done, though, in sending the Marauders forward to take the damage. The last thing you want to do is feed Chosen of the Gods good value against your, like, high-value targets. So pulling out one Marauder who's taken a little bit of a beating just to keep it online. We've got Valkia doing something here. Maybe dropping a Sleipnir? Yeah, big Sleipnir coming down. That did some pretty big damage. 590 value right off the bat. It didn't kill a tremendous number of models on any of these units. She only killed 16 models, but doing the HP damage to those skeleton archers and actually not killing the models is pretty nice, because it's gonna deny the heal from the Realm of Souls that the Tomb Kings have access to, and then if you can build up enough Furies to dive all of these at once, it's going to make it much easier to kill them. So we'll see how that gets handled. Eyes of the Desert coming out. Very good unit. Excellent against Khorne. Definitely need to keep them in the formation, though, so hopefully Collective knows this and pulls them over into the formation itself. You don't want to leave these guys isolated, because Furies and Fleshhounds and Valkia is more than enough to deal with these guys. You can just send Valkia and some Furies to go kill the Eyes of the Desert. If they're isolated like this, they're not going to do well, but maybe Collective's going to be able to get away with it here. Bloodwake Berserkers hiding in the trees, doing a really nice job being patient there. Minotaurs also hiding in the trees. But now that you're advancing, you definitely want these very heavy-hitting units moving up as well. You need to completely overwhelm this formation. You got to get all the way around it. You got to bear hug these kind of deals to death, man. Nahakara Warriors do not get the charge against the Marauders. Marauders are going to get an extra little bit of value there because they actually got the charge off, which is going to benefit Khorne immensely. We've got more Warriors and Marauder. Well, just Marauders. No Warriors here, actually. We do have the Skull Reapers, though. Skull Reapers, Khorngors. Everything just charging into combat now. Getting some decent charge attacks off. Going to be trying to slowly grind through the front line, actually, is Adam's plan, which maybe not the worst idea in the world. It's certainly not going to be easy, just because there's so many Nahakar Warriors here, but good Sleipnirs like this are definitely going to make it a lot more doable. You know, Nahakar Warriors taking big damage here. These Skeleton Warriors also getting nailed. Khorngors falling into combat against the Nahakar Warriors. Not the best fight for them. We've got to get some movement back here from these remaining units. Bloodwake Berserkers can definitely isolate the Eyes of the Desert here. We've got Khorngors moving up. Minotaurs and the Bloodwakes need to be up and moving ASAP, though. Throwing axes, looking to help out against High Queen Khalida a little bit, who is beating up on Valkia pretty badly right now, but the Furies are finally out on the field. There's really not a lot of answers for them. The Sepulchral Stalkers are, you know, as I said, they're very much on the one edge of the formation, where if they were back here, they could be peeling the Furies a little bit better and saving the Archers. We do have Necropolis Knights with Halberds coming in. They do get a really nice... Wow, look at the mass on these guys. Just pushing the Furies completely off of the Skeleton Archers here. And definitely going to be beating up on these Furies here. Going to win this fight pretty convincingly, I believe. Love the look of these guys. They're just so cool, man. The colors on them pop so nicely, too. God, man. You love to see it. This game is insane. You have to appreciate every little detail that CA puts into it. Very dangerous game being played by Valkia. She is getting surrounded here. Chosen of the Gods are going to beat up on her. Necropolis Knights ain't bad against her either, but they actually are pulling back, which is a big mistake. Surrounding Valkia here and finishing her off would be a game-winning moment for sure. And finally, we get the Minotaurs and Bloodwake Berserkers moving in and fighting the Eyes of the Desert, and these are units that you can't charge down, really, with Nehekara Horsemen or Skeleton Horsemen. It's just not going to be a very good trade for you. You're better off just sending this blob of infantry into these expensive units and pulling the Eyes of the Desert out as best as you can. Leaving the Eyes of the Desert in combat here, definitely not what you want. This is a lot of value to be feeding back, and you have a big value lead right now. But if there's one faction that can come back from being down, it is Khorne. We'll see if Adam's able to make it happen here. It's looking pretty bad right now. Ushabti getting shot at, but this is the summon. I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, Skull Reapers and Valkia actually have High Queen Khalida a little surrounded right now, and Skull Reapers have great weapon strength and good melee attacks, so they might be able to beat up on her pretty badly here. She is pulling out, though. Collective doing a very nice job of escaping there, but still just feeding so much value to these very elite Khorne units. You just can't do this against the Bloodwake Berserkers. I mean, I'm telling you guys. The archers should be focusing all of their efforts over here, rather than shooting at these Skull Reapers. You're much better suited shooting Minotaurs and the Berserkers. Especially since you have the Blessed Legion of Demonetization over here, right? Or I guess they've been taken out, man. Adam's been doing a very good job of getting rid of the archer units. Some of them have done pretty nicely, but not a tremendous amount of value on any of them. They've used a lot of their ammo, too. Fury's going to get a little damage against the archers here, but Nehekara Horsemen are very good at sustained combat against Furies for the most part. They've got pretty decent melee defense. Okay melee attack. They should be able to break these guys down, but good micro pulling them out and getting them away. And Khalida just cannot find any sanctuary. She's just getting wrecked right now. No magic is the big problem for the Tomb Kings here. Just no answer to being able to shut down Valkia and lock her in place while missiles punish her or anything. This might be the game-changing moment here. If Khalida goes down and the Tomb Kings start crumbling more aggressively, I think that Khorne's superior leadership and units are ultimately going to be able to take the win here. These Minotaurs have been doing big damage, man. 1,700 value on them right now. Bloodwake Berserkers gonna be able to handily beat the Tombguard Halberds and the Nehekara Warriors here. Very nice situation for Khorne. Minotaurs going down, though, might give the Sepulchral Stalkers the opportunity to kill the Bloodwake Berserkers while their back is turned, and maybe be able to hang on to this triple cap, because tickets are pretty close. It's not triple cap territory for anybody yet, and both sides are getting very tattered now, which is probably going to favor Khorne, just because they have cheaper, well, maybe not cheaper units. A Skeleton Warrior is 300. Oh, big sword. Skeleton Warrior is 300. A Marauder unit is 400, and a Marauder has double the cap weight of a Skeleton Warrior, who only has the expendable weight. That's going to be very nice for Khorne in the late game. It's going to be a lot easier to hang on to objectives than it is for Tomb Kings to be able to take them and hang on to them. We'll see how that develops over the course of time, but the Bloodwake Berserkers are just not giving an inch right now. They've ground out a lot of value, almost paying for themselves already, and they have plenty of room to go, and you just see how powerful they are in melee, man. They just mulch through elite infantry, especially stuff that doesn't have anti-infantry profiles. The best thing you can do is use SEs with anti-infantry bonuses to break those guys down. I know I said I like Khalida here, but you only bring Khalida if you're going to bring light magic. I think that's the combination that's a game winner. If you're not going to bring any kind of mage with Khalida, you might as well just bring Cetra on the Sphinx. Cetra would be able to beat the Bloodwake Berserkers. Maybe not no problem, but he's got crazy high mass to get through these guys. These guys have extra mass for an infantry unit. 450 for each model is actually kind of crazy, but he doesn't care about their good melee attack and melee defense. Since he's pushing through them and doing collision damage to them, that's the best way to break those guys down if you can't do it with ranged units. So I think Tomb Kings are probably cooked here. Adam has taken a big value lead now, and as I said, Marauders are going to be able to just push around the battlefield easy as can be and pretty much dominate all of the objectives. Not winning here yet, but Minotaurs, Bloodwake Berserkers, and another Marauder are definitely going to be able to swing this fight in the favor of the Blood God. Nakara Horsemen and Skeleton Spearmen are not going to be able to stand up to the combined fury of all those units there. Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, proving that they're no slouches in combat themselves. They are pretty capable fighters. You know, they don't love fighting Nakara warriors and skeleton warriors and stuff, but when they don't have any more throwing axes, you might as well find a use for them somehow. And they're actually providing a very useful buffer here. Just holding your opponent from getting up on objectives and resecuring a ticket lead when you've got the triple cap again is a very good play. Adam doing a very nice job there. Secured the number 1 objective. Now you just spread out as many of those units as possible to get something on every single objective. You've got the Hounds of the Blood Hunt up here. They'll hold for a long time still, even though they are fighting spears. They just have really good, solid stats on their unit profile. They've also got Gore Feast to persevere through a lot of the damage that they're taking. They're an odd unit, you know. I find that they rarely trade well enough to get their value back, but in terms of being a unit that can hold and also being able to dampen, remove magical attacks from units, it's a pretty nice little niche that they occupy. And they've also got good mass and a little bit better leadership than your typical Fleshhound, so they're very good at keeping stuff locked in place while you bring up some hard-hitting Minotaurs or something to try and deal with them. A decent little sword, missed a little bit, but did take about a third HP off this Nakar warrior. And we're going to fast forward through the rest of this. Khorne is just going to swarm the field, and as good as Chosen of the Gods are, I don't see them being able to put the game on their back here. Maybe if they shot down the Bloodwake Berserkers and these Khorne Gores and stuff, maybe there'd be some play for the Tomb Kings here, but the Nakara Warriors have already been beaten one time. They're back for round 2, and I just don't see it going that much better than it did the first time. Khorne doesn't mind trading slowly and grinding out their opponent. And Tomb Kings, as an undead faction, you know, typically this is the kind of fight you would want, where you get into the late game and you're just slapping units against one another, but once you're pushed off the objectives, you absolutely do not want that situation. And that's going to be GG for Adam. Really nice game so far. A little scattered getting into the initial melee fight against the Tomb Kings in the early going, but being persistent and sticking enough with the pressure and good threat and target recognition at just breaking down the elites and slowly being able to take over the game, man. I'm not sure what all I would change here. I'd probably bring a couple of chariots, honestly, for the Tomb Kings. Just some, like, skeleton chariots wouldn't be bad. Because they can also run over the Bloodwake Berserkers. They'll take damage in return, obviously, because these guys just hit so hard. But I think with a couple of them, just running those guys down, having, you know, some focus fire on them, they just were left to their own devices the whole game, and they just were never put under any real pressure. Just a big mistake, you know. I know you need to beat the Marauders, but they're easier to break down than the Berserkers are. Alright. Let's go see what's going on. We've got some more replays. Let me drop these couple of new ones in here. That's okay, Collective. Don't even worry about it, dude. It happens. It is what it is. But yeah, if you bring Kalita, you might as well bring a Light Mage for Nets. Nets are really good against Khorne, because Khorne hates being locked down, not being able to move around the battlefield for free. And if you don't want to bring Kalita and the Light Mage, then you can bring Cetra, and Cetra will deal with the Bloodwake Berserkers for you. If you don't bring those tools, you're probably going to end up in very similar situations as you did that game, where you traded well early, but didn't have enough battlefield control to be able to hang on to objectives and out-trade Khorne in the late game. So, moving on, we've got another Valkia sighting, but this time for the Warriors of Chaos and Sticky Woogie coming in here, fighting against Foryx. We've got Skull Crushers rolling up in here. Love to see these guys. They're very powerful. They just absolutely smack stuff around, and with the speed buff that they got, they're actually a pretty good unit. I really am not ever terribly disappointed by their performance. It was kind of surprising. I mean, this was the big complaint that people had with Skull Crushers for a long time, was the fact that they had 62 actual speed. Just made them really slow and ponderous, but now that they got up to 70, I think that's just what they needed, honestly, in order to put them over the top, and I've had a lot of success with them this patch. We'll see how they do here. I'm not sure how good they're going to be against vampire counts, but if there are any Blood Knights, they will dominate Blood Knights fully and capably. Got some throwing axes taking the number 1. We've got a Master Necromancer in the sky. Pretty good option for the vampire counts in this matchup, I would say. Just, dropping heals and zombie summons just to block stuff up and take up room. Maybe lock down some of these throwing axes in a good spot. It's the kind of stuff that you really want to be able to take full advantage of. I'm not sold on giving Skull Crushers chevrons, because these guys have got to be close to 2,000 gold with these. Just save the money and bring something a little bit better in the front line. Because herein lies the issue with bringing Marauders against vampires, is everything has fear on the Vampire Counts roster, and you don't have immune to psychology on your Marauders. So what's going to happen is they're going to take not nearly as much damage as they would otherwise need to, and they're going to start running away. And the last thing that you want to be doing is trying to recontest objectives back from the vampire counts. It sucks. It takes so long to do. And I'm a little worried about this front line just folding up, and then Warriors of Chaos having a little bit of a value lead, but just slowly being outpaced in terms of actual healing by these corpse carts and the invos. White Kings with their scab scrates are also just going to absolutely feast against Marauders. And I've actually been finding, back in Warhammer 2 you wanted to go wide against vampire counts, but I think in Dom you actually want to go tall against vampires. You want as many high value, high DPS infantry units as you can get your hands on, that you can just stick in a blob together, and if your opponent wants to send stuff in to fight that, then you can punish with your throwing axes, which you then dedicate resources to protecting. Because then when your opponent sends the Mortis Engine in to try and break down the elite stuff that's giving them problems, that's when the throwing axes push up, and they just, you know, they will chunk a Mortis Engine down. It's so nice. I think that's what you're better off doing. Soul of Damnation, or actually not the Soul of Damnation, just a regular Hell Cannon. Getting good value against the Graveguard Great Weapons, so really nice there. We do have Marauder Great Weapons in here, not really doing a whole lot, but Scab Scraths have been pretty tardy from the Vampire accounts so far. Not getting them out in time is a big waste, in my opinion. We do have some Chaos Warhounds getting wrecked by Direwolves, and if you're the Warriors of Chaos player, you need to just immediately move off here, because Direwolves, not great combatants, but they are, you know, functionally unbreakable. If they get in here, they'll out-trade your Horsemen pretty badly, and that's going to suck for you. Valkia has used a Sleipnir. I'm not 100% sure where. It doesn't look like it did a tremendous amount of damage anywhere that I'm looking anyways. So, we'll see how that develops. Right now, Valkia is just getting big damage against this Master Necromancer. Necromancer needs to be running away. Not a duelist character. There's no reason for him to get caught either. He's got 105 speed. Valkia's only got 95. And she's actually a little tired now, so it's even less. Master Necromancer is a unit that should just always be moving and just kiting around and making it difficult for Valkia to get any value against him. You need to force Valkia to land in the melee fights where she's actually vulnerable. We've got really good play coming out here from the Warriors of Chaos right now. Woogie is all over the vampires currently. Skull Crusher's in a perfect fight, too. Big damage against the Cryptars here. How are the White Kings doing? If they drop Scab Scraths, no Scab Scraths yet. If you're gonna bring it, you've gotta use it. Because what could be going on right now for Foryx, instead of being in the situation he's at where his entire front line is looking really tattered, he could have gotten a few good Scab Scraths onto some of these blobbed up Marauder positions. They would already be broken, and then you just blob up on your corpse carts, and you just heal all the damage that you've taken. You drop some invos, you raise some your undead combatants. Graveguard Great Weapons, really nice Hell Cannon use, man. 1200 value on this thing already is amazing. And really good targeting, nonetheless. I mean, just everything going right for the Warriors of Chaos right now. Good targeting, good micro, good decision-making, not overextending and not overcommitting in any one place, and just slowly wearing out the isolated Vampire accounts units. There were a lot of zombies and stuff over here, with no Corpse Cart support, no Mortis Engine support. Crypt Horrors are nice, but Skull Crushers put quite a beatdown on them and did a lot of damage. And back here, the Direwolves have really just not been able to get a tremendous amount of value. Now, the Dire Pack have done okay, but they've got a lot of uphill climbing to do. Another Sleipnir does go down. Good damage on the Graveguard Halberds here, who really haven't gotten much of anything done. Haven't really had a chance to even fight so far. And Valkia does land in the pit here. She is beating the hell out of this Master Necromancer. We finally see Scab Scraths, but the problem is that you just used it on a Chaos Warrior Great Weapon, and this has no AP damage. It's only good against the Marauders, and Master Necromancer going down. We'll fast forward through this. Sternsman just getting obliterated by the Hell Cannon. Love to see Hell Cannons doing well. 1900 value too, man. It's brutal, brutal stuff. Skull Crushers, not trading amazing. Well, actually, now that I say that, you immediately look over and they actually have paid for themselves. They're in a pretty bad fight, though. I mean, I don't really want to be fighting Crypt Horrors on top of a Corpse Cart and stuff like this. It's not a great trade for the Warriors, but they control the rest of the battlefield, and they've got such a big lead. This is pretty much going to be the end for the Vampire counts. I don't see them coming back in this game at all. They're, you know, a lot of factions struggle when their leaders go down, Khorne being one of them, Greenskins being another. But Vampire counts are abysmal without their lord. Like, the leadership causes serious crumbling problems on all your units. And not only that, but, you know, you lose all of your magic, which vampires are very reliant on. It just ends up being an uphill climb that you just rarely are going to be able to get out of. We do have Valkia providing some pretty good fighting prowess in here, 2,300 value. A little bit more than she would otherwise have just because she killed the Necromancer. Necromancer is back out, but we do have Armored Trolls. We got another Skull Crusher out here on the field. Looks like they're going to be trying to respond to the Crypt Horrors here. Vampire counts do control 2 objectives. Hold on, guys. We're gonna have to hold on for the rest of this game. I don't think we can call this just yet. I thought this was over, but Vampire's actually hanging on to quite a few positions here. Master Necromancer riding around, doing his thing, just hanging out. And Skull Crushers need to get out of this fight, in my opinion. I mean, you've got the Trolls here. You're better going after the Blood Knights. Blood Knights are going to be a big pain for you because they're excellent shot cavalry in addition to being anti-large. Like, they can go after these Marauder Great Weapons. They don't want to stay in sustained combat against them, but just cycle charging down units like this can give the Vampire counts some battlefield control that they're lacking a little bit, but going here is also not a bad idea. Right into the Armored Trolls. You know, they do have the 110 armor, but the AP is decent enough on these guys with a great bonus versus large. They should be able to bust through the armor of these Trolls eventually. Getting the Invo staying decently healthy, probably need a Corpse Cart over there just to provide a little bit of extra healing. Also melee attack and melee defense from the Vigor Mortis, as well as the Vigor Replenishment, which is really nice. Would help these Blood Knights tremendously in this grind here. They do have the stats to continue fighting in here. I'd be careful about staying in combat with just the Crypt Horrors to support against the Skull Crushers. Throwing axes are back out. They're going to throw at the Blood Knights, I think. That'd be the best thing to do right now. Valkia in big danger right now. If she gets surrounded and beat down by Crypt Horrors, what might have once looked like impossible position for the Vampire counts to come back from might prove to be very, very doable for them. Dire Pack back out on the field. They squeeze through the Marauders pretty nicely, and they're chasing down the Armored Trolls, and they're on top of these throwing axes, which means that the Blood Knights are going to be able to just turn around and fight off the Skull Crushers. As long as you've got heals supporting these Blood Knights, they're going to be invaluable, and look at the value they've gotten so far. 1,500 almost. And Skull Crushers need help, man. I mean, you need to commit this infantry in here to buffer off the Blood Knights, rotate around, and get elsewhere on the battlefield. I think the Warriors of Chaos might have played themselves a little bit here by focusing so much on trading against the blob in the middle. It's very rare that you want to do that. Like, you can if you actually genuinely are going to be able to break the back of the Vampire counts. This was not that situation, though, unfortunately. There were Crypt Horrors, the White Kings were here, the Master Necromancer is cheap and was able to get summoned back out and just held on long enough for Blood Knights to arrive. And the Blood Knights have been big MVPs, man. They have absolutely flipped the script on this game, and Foryx is, I think this is single cap territory. Probably going to be able to Helm's Deep on the middle. Warriors of Chaos are not out of this. This Hell Cannon is doing tremendous amounts of damage yet again to the Graveguard. But, you know, Count's pressuring the number 3 again. We've got Direwolves over here. The Graveguard Great Weapons are going to beat these Marauders, and very beautiful sandwich. Oh, you love to see it. Marauder stew right here, man. You've got Blood Knights on the rear. You've got Crypt Horrors and Direwolves on top of them on the flanks and front. All over these guys. Vampire counts still hanging on to the middle by the skin of their freaking teeth. They're gonna lose it to the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, most likely. Some rallying trolls and throwing axes. Still firing this Hell Cannon, man. Doing its very best to try and win this fight here. Blood Knight's just chilling out over here, man. They're fighting some Hellstriders now who are trying to save the number 3. It did flip to the Vampire Counts. That's game. Wow, what a good game from Forex, man. Somehow persevering through all of those serious losses that he was taking in the early and mid-game, man. And the Sternsmen are actually still out here. That's incredible. That speaks to the staying power of these guys, man. I mean, they were getting shot at by a hell cannon most of the game. They still got 20 models, and they somehow got 700 value, which is about 200 or 300 shy of them paying for themselves, but considering the circumstances, pretty impressive. So, GG's, man. Really close game. I think if Woogie had just focused on holding the side objectives and not been sending all of the warriors and stuff into the middle fight, I think this is a completely different outcome. Was trading very well early and even into the mid game, but the second Valkia went down, that was pretty much the end of the momentum for the Warriors of Chaos, and it was just a full swing back and reverse for Forex after that. And Forex did a really good job of just scrapping in and hanging on to objectives, keeping himself in the game to make that comeback happen, man. Really love to see competitive play like that. Alright. Let's see what else we got. You know what? We just saw some vampire counts, so we'll check out something a little different. Slaanesh and Lizardmen actually sounds like a really good one. This matchup, in my experience, seems like it's a bit of a toss-up. It really comes down to which side is able to meet their win condition. The win condition for Slaanesh is to be able to pull one of the big dinos out of position and, you know, punish it and get a big value lead by killing the expensive SEs. While for the dinos, the win condition is to just box up, trade evenly into the mid and late game, and then you can lean on your resilient infantry and the javelins, who can do big damage to the Slaaneshi forces. You know, the Skink cohort with javelins against Slaanesh are an excellent unit. They do so much damage. Seekers, Fiends, Marauders, everything on the Slaanesh army outside of the Chaos Warriors and the Soul Grinder are very lightly armored. And those Skink cohort javelins can definitely take advantage of that. I actually really like the Skink Chief here. Does have a decent missile. Can actually poke against Azazel pretty well. Azazel can rampage that guy, though. So you do need to be really careful, but the second you see a Pavane popped, I think, is when you decide to send the Skink Chief and Tehenowin after Azazel to try and break him down. Because, you know, Azazel's great, but he can be pretty vulnerable to sniping because of his low armor. And his HP pull is 6,400, which is pretty beefy for an infantry-sized piece, but definitely can struggle at times. What the hell was that? Did y'all see that? What in the world just happened to the cohort of Sotek there? That was horrifying. Oh my goodness. I mean, they literally lost half their health in 1 second. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out again at some point. Oh my goodness, that was disgusting. Wow, man. Slaanesh looking very fair right now. I don't know what that was. But we do have Pavane going down to the Ripper Dactyls. Cohort of Sotek are pretty much dead and got little to no value. Luckily, some Saurus Spears are here to be able to provide some kind of sustainability, but these Ripper Dactyls, man, just getting obliterated by the the focus here of Slaanesh. They are just folding up under the weight of all of these attacks, dude. It's just disgusting. Oh my god. Marauders doing their thing. They're just hanging in here. Sauruses look like they might be able to get on top of these fiends and lock them down. That'd be really nice for the lizards right now. They definitely need a little bit of movement here to make up for the fact that they just lost the Ripperdactyls. This cohort of Sotek got beat to hell. Although they are actually kind of trading okay now. This is a weird game, man. It's just not... This feels very off-kilter, but... Slaanesh getting surrounded a little bit. We've got some Saurus Spears chilling over here. It's very funny that fiends are getting poisoned right now. You know, you wouldn't really imagine that mortal poisons would affect demons all that much, but apparently so. And it's giving the Saurus Spears time to move up behind the fiends and just absolutely obliterate those guys. But very bad situation back here. Eternal Entourage get on top of the Stegodon, doing big damage. Luckily, Coldwind Spear Riders are nearby. They are getting into combat. Should be able to help out a little bit at least, but the problem is the Eternal Entourage. You can see their stats, 73 and 50. These guys have a good bonus versus large, but it only gets them up to 50 melee attack, which means they're barely hitting against the Eternal Entourage. If Slaanesh had anything else out here to help these guys out, it would be a very, very much a worse situation for the Lizards. But thankfully, they've got just enough there to be able to grind these guys down. Very nice swarming play from the Lizards so far. Now, the Skink Chief did get obliterated by the other Seeker over here. We've got Tehenowin hanging out. He's gotten some pretty good value. Just dropping all of those Flocks of Doom. I'm sure y'all have been seeing them here. We actually have a rules break going on right now. You're not supposed to have more than the 2 Seekers. And we've got 3 of them out on the field right now, but whatever. I'm just an observer, not the umpire. I might reach out and let them know not to do it in the future, though. I don't want people to be getting cheesed out of their opportunities here, but hanging in here with the Lizards, they're doing okay, and nobody capped the number 3 objective. Finally taking it are the Lizards. Doing it before Slaanesh can get up here, maybe? Just being able to hang on to it for any amount of time is going to be really nice for the Lizards. Somehow Slaanesh is still holding on to this middle objective, too, man. It's crazy, crazy stuff going on right now. Seekers back here looking very vulnerable. Stegodon firing in against the other Seekers. These Seekers are getting broken down. Azazel's very lonely. And we've got the Pahawk Sentinels out. It's a very interesting unit, you know. They've got the Armor Sundering Rock Drop, which does big damage. And, you know, the Pterodon Riders typically aren't bad, but you can see how much damage that they're taking from Pavane. Pavane is very good against units of this caliber, where they've got, like, low model numbers. Because the ticking damage that it does applies to pretty much all of the units in the, or pretty much to all the models in the unit, which can really work these guys down, because they do not have a lot of HP, only 3,700. It's pretty punishing. Tehenowin has landed on the ground. We do have some Hellstriders coming in to help, but I don't think the Hellstriders are going to be able to save this position here. They do save Azazel, but I think they're just going to die here. We'll see what happens, what spell is being popped here. Curse of Honor here, man. Wow, look at that. They get debuffed, and then they just immediately start getting obliterated by all of these units here, man. Big, big damage going down. But Lizards still don't control any objectives. They have a lead in terms of value, but it's not showing anywhere. Certainly not in terms of the tickets that they're holding right now. I wouldn't waste your time chasing Azazel. He's very hard to chase. You might as well just use the Ripperdactyls to break down the infantry and then start capping, because it's going to be a triple cap situation here. But you can see, trading pretty evenly are the Lizards. They've done a pretty good job. Stegodon's got 1,200 value, but I can't help but feel like it's been used a little inefficiently. Hellstriders are probably going to finish it off here. It'd be really nice to see a Rev Crystal in the back pocket, but I don't know if the Lizards have one or not. Mirror Guard are out here, Hellscourge, Marauders, we've got Red-Crested Skinks. Skinks need to go after the Mirror Guard. Saurus can get on the rear of the Marauders and beat those guys down. Then you need to start taking objectives. I mean, they really have to do this quickly. The last thing you want is to be in a close ticket situation against Slaanesh, because Hellstriders, Seekers, even their infantry are faster than normal. I mean, 40 foot speed is no joke on an infantry unit. Slaanesh can swarm objectives way better than you can, even though you are lizards, and that's typically something that you do better than most factions. Against Slaanesh, nobody has the same mobility that Slaanesh does. You can get close to equaling it, but you're never going to be quite as effective. Mirror Guard are getting broken down a little bit. Fiends are in a pretty bad situation. They're trying to escape. They're getting swarmed on right now, though. Very good persistent pressure from the Lizards right now. And I feel like this might be where they finally get back in this game. They've broken the Devoted Marauders over here with the Ripper Dactyls. Really nice play. Definitely need to just send these Rippers to finish off that Marauder. Get the Feral Cold Ones up to cap the point. Gotta hold on to the number 1. Gotta hold on to the number 2. But having the double cap now is going to ease the pressure tremendously. I don't think it's quite triple cap territory. It's damn close. But as long as the Lizards are able to keep grinding as effectively as they have here into the late game, then they might be able to win this. But this could be a game-losing moment. Tehenowen gets rampaged with the Pavane and takes a tremendous beating. Oh my goodness, Azazel all over him. Seekers are on top of him too. Azazel's not really taking any punishment in return either. He's got Temptator activated, Demon Blade activated to discourage everything in this blob as well. Who wins this fight probably wins this game. Because you see it, Slaanesh immediately pulled a value lead back, and Azazel beating down Tehenowen right now. This might be the end. Does Tehenowen go? He's got 760 HP. I'm trying to get y'all a money shot, but the trees are defying me. That's unfortunate. But Tehenowen looks like he's going to be able to route away. Thankfully, the Ripper Dactyls are buffering for him. Oh, but he takes a big shot right there. 363 HP. I don't know why he can't get off the ground here. He's like stuck on the trees right now, which is really ruining the Lizardman's day right now. Pep up on value a little bit. There's tons of Skinks and Saurus Spears there, holding on to the middle objective in the number 1. Number 3 is in the hands of Slaanesh. We got Seekers up top there, hanging out, doing their best to hold. I just don't know what the hell is going on here. This fight makes absolutely no sense because Azazel's not really taking any damage in here. It's like he's untouchable right now. You've got Tehenowen, who's, like, stuck in here and can't get off the ground for some reason. You've got tons of Slaaneshi units being fed into a meat grinder, and they're suffering pretty horrendously in every account except for the fact that they just sniped the Lizardman Lord here. And you do not want low leadership against Slaanesh. They absolutely feast when they are chasing down routing units. That's how they charge their army abilities. And if you don't kill Azazel here, I think army abilities might be enough to push Slaanesh past the Lizardmen in this circumstance. There's not really anything in here other than the Ripper Dactyls that counter him, and they just aren't doing any damage to him. He is finally crumbling, takes enough damage there, enough chip to finally hit his breakpoint. That is going to be the end of Azazel. But also, you know, the end of the Lizardman Lord, barely holding onto the number 2 objective, and the cohort of Sotek actually just managed to squeak onto the point in time to save it. But Seeker's right here, just creeping, sneaking, waiting to just absolutely obliterate whatever they can get their hands on. There's not enough mobility to control these guys now. And we've just... the Pterodon Riders have not been doing it, man. They are really, really letting the side down here, in my opinion. Tons of Furies are out. Furies Slaanesh Furies are incredibly dangerous because they can just get free rear charges on stuff, and they also have devastating flanker. And I don't think anybody really needs to be told how punishing it is to go up against Slaanesh and they get rear charges on you. It's so painful. Furies do get on top of the Ripperdactyls. They are going to lose this fight. Slaanesh Furies do the worst against Ripperdactyls of all the Furies, but you can see even here how well they do against Rippers, who theoretically should be like the perfect counter. They do win. They might be able to beat the other Fury, and then they'd be paying for themselves. I mean, those are pretty expensive units. Slaanesh actually kind of dropping the ball here. The Seekers getting into combat against the cohort of Sotek and then getting rear charged by the cohort. Pretty punishing stuff, and they're actually holding on to the middle, the number one. They've been doing it this whole time in the middle of all of this chaotic fighting over on the number one objective. Even with their Lord dead and all of the other scenarios kind of not really going fully in their favor, they're somehow scrapping and hanging in on this in this game, man. I just don't know. How are they going to deal with the Exalted Demonettes? We've got what looks like a Fascination maybe going down, or yeah, Fascination is going to be very punishing. It does a lot of damage. Even to infantry, it's even better against cavalry. Fascination can almost one-shot a cavalry unit if it's well-timed enough. And it's definitely doing enough damage to the cohort to break down their leadership. Exalted Demonettes, they're beating up on the cohort of Sotek. They do have Refuse to Die activated, but I think that the second that wears off, they're going to be pretty much donezo. Because they've taken so much damage, all of these models are going to start dying immediately. You can see just dropping in droves right now, man. And Unbreakable is a great attribute to have, but it's not going to save you from being completely surrounded and fighting far superior units in massive numbers. Taking the number 3, though, we've got a little bit of a situation developing here. Slaanesh can't afford to get triple capped for any amount of time. It is incredibly close. Lizards have done a really good job of pulling back the tickets. I really don't know if I can call it. I would say that Slaanesh is probably going to win, just because they have Hellstriders. I mean, Hellstriders are going to dominate Feral Cold Ones. They'll do decent against the Spear Riders. Soul Hunters is pretty well charged here, also, which you really can't discount. It's a very powerful passive ability. I mean, getting extra damage resistance and leadership and charge bonus for Slaaneshi army for their units, pretty awesome. Very nice stuff. We do have Seekers coming in. We've got devoted Marauders moving up. We've got lots of Saurus Spears. More Red-Crested Skinks coming out. Cohort of Sotek. One model! Absolute hero. Popping Refuse to Die. Come on, buddy. Let's see it. Yeah! Nice little kick flip and a big smack with the fancy paddle there. I don't know what to call these things. They're like, I guess like war clubs. It's kind of what they are. Down he goes. The last heroic effort of the Lizardmen in a nutshell in this matchup, I think. Saurus Warriors getting killed by Seekers, and we've got the Devoted Marauders moving up. This is going to be game for the Lizards. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to the middle objective long enough. We'll fast forward through it a little bit just to see. Slaanesh just flipped this point. They do need to cap the middle, if I'm not mistaken, based on the number of points. But they've got Fiends and they've got Seekers out. A few Exalted Demonettes left. If they just get a couple rear charges here, that's going to be all over for the Lizards. And the Sauruses have their backs turned right now. If you have your infantry turn the wrong way from a charge, you just need to give them a charge order to go in against whatever Slaanesh is throwing at them. Because you can't let them get rear charged, take the Leadership Malice, and then give Devastating Flanker to Slaanesh. You just can't let it happen under any circumstances. You have to play as well as the Slaanesh player is in order to beat them. You don't get any freebies against Slaanesh. They always have the mobility advantage over you. They have, you know, pretty durable units. They've got incredibly powerful, like, high DPS specialists, like Fiends, Seekers, Exalted Demonettes, and stuff like that. And being able to control the battlefield and keep those units from being able to perform is the most important thing you can do. The Lizards were just barely unable to manage this game. They almost had it. I was praying that they did, but Slaanesh just proving to be way too powerful, yet again. And, I don't know. I'm not wrong, right? I mean, we've got Secrets of Slaanesh are limited to 2. I guess it doesn't specify. I guess it doesn't specify that you can't bring an Eternal Entourage in as an additional unit. Alright, here we go. Downloading some more replays for us. We'll hang on to them. We'll check the bracket. I believe we're getting towards finals and semifinals now. Yeah, just a couple more matches going on. Wow, this is I really feel for JP on this one. This is a very messy board. Oof. Give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna go ask JP if he needs any help. Because this is a very, very chaotic looking situation in the Discord right now. Alright, we'll let him, we'll wait for him to let us know. Got ourselves, ooh, Corn versus Lizards, also very interested in that. Corn versus Lizardmen is one of the coolest matchups in the game, in my opinion. Now, it does sometimes get a little samey if you see the Shredder of Lustria for the 50th time. But we don't have that, so we'll just go ahead and watch this one. And then by the time this is done, the last of the round 4 games should be done, and then we'll live cast the semis and finals. And then we'll go through as many of the replays as I can get through, too. We've got Foryx and Maidon still playing, Ninja Jack and Abdel playing, and Zaliazar and Collective are also going at it still. Adam bringing a lot of the same stuff he's been bringing up to this point. Bloodweight Berserkers, I really don't blame him for including them in his army every time. Incredibly powerful. Definitely something that, you know, is really good against lizards especially. They're great at killing Sacred Croxagores, actually. Sacred Croxies actually have the exact same foot speed as the Wrathmongers as well, which is pretty funny. So these dudes just pump their legs like nobody's business. You can think of them as just like an NFL running back, hitting top speeds that you wouldn't really think that the human body is able to achieve. Corngores moving up, just taking fire from the chameleon skinks, which, you know, you don't really want to be doing, but I guess just to push them off the objective, this is actually a pretty good idea. You know, just so that the lizards don't get any free victory tickets. And then I would pull these guys back. Very nice. Adam's on it. I don't actually know if he won it. I wasn't paying attention when I was looking at the leaderboard just a second ago. So I'm not sure if he's undefeated or not, but pretty impressive play from him today. It's always nice to see acolytes of the Blood God performing and doing well. This is a very scary spot, actually, for the lizards. Because these Furies, if they get on top of the Skink Javelins with Valkia, they might be able to beat them down, but Adam doesn't want to play that aggressively, which is the probably the smarter play overall. I mean, you're like in your opponent's backline at that point. No reason to tempt fate at all. Woolly Yaya, which is a very fun name, love it, is bringing out some Pterodon Riders. Oh, Ripperdactyls, sorry. Not Pterodons. And Skink Cohort taking the fight against the Corngores. Corngores should be able to win the early stages of this fight. They probably don't want to stay here, though. They're pretty bad in a sustained grind, but they have a really good charge bonus. That's usually where you can get away with charging them into other infantry. And then you pull them out and replace with warriors, which is what I would do here. But he might just keep them in combat. I just always feel like saving the HP on Corngores is a better prospect for you. Big mistake sending the Sacred Croxagores forward like this. They're folding into Corngores and warriors stacked on one another. Valkia is also here. If this were just the warriors in Valkia, then the Skink cohorts would be able to do enough to probably help these guys out. Keep the worst of the damage off them, but you can see how much damage they're taking currently. Beautiful Sloupnir on the cohort javelins, killing a ton of those skinks. Oh my goodness, Valkia. Valkia having absolutely no chill. Umbral Tide trying to peel the Blood Beasts off. Does manage to kill the Furies back here. Really good work from the Ripperdactyls, but more Furies coming out. Looks like they're going to be landing on the rear of these Saurus Warriors, maybe. Jump back up in the air instead. Never mind. No need. Definitely don't want to blob the infantry up here. Need to get these guys all off and farther into the backfield. I would push the warriors into the trees, maybe, and have the Corngores just like rolling around on the flank where they can respond to any like Feral Cold Ones or Spear Riders or anything. That would be my recommendation. But, you know, staying on top of Nakai as much as possible also isn't terrible. Sacred Croxagores just getting beat down, man. They've done a decent job of trading, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them. And it's a really close game. As bad as some of these trades are for the Lizards, they're doing well elsewhere. They've done a pretty good job of shooting down these Blood Beasts before they can get too much value. They've killed multiple waves of Furies, which is a very big deal. Furies are a very annoying mobility tool that give Khorne a lot of battlefield presence and are just a little bit safer than Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds tend to struggle a bit against lizards because of the high armor and just how many swarming elements the lizards have. Furies are maybe just a little bit better in this matchup just because they are able to fly around and pick their fights a little bit easier. There we go. That's the kind of thing you definitely need to do here. I would actually send the Corngores in to fight the remaining Sacred Croxagores and Skink cohort. You don't want to chase too heavily with multiple units, especially if you've got a shielded warrior chasing skirmishers away. You don't need to commit any more than the one warrior. These Chaos Warriors can probably just sit here the whole game, never have to move again, and the Lizards will just waste their time trying to break them down. Using the Horsemen to try and kill some King Cohorts, not a bad idea here. But we do have a big break on the number 2 and the number 3 objective for Khorne. Chaos Warriors over here really not doing too well, man. They just got surrounded by way too much stuff to effectively deal with. Khorngors are coming out now. We'll see if they're able to do any better. But really nice Uranus Thunderbolt there. How much value does this guy have? Only 280, but Curse of the Midnight Wind, I believe, is the actual MVP spell. I've been seeing a couple of uses out of it. Been getting some pretty decent effect on it. Fortunately, for Lizardmen, Khorne does have the Khorngors and the Warriors that are pretty healthy right here. Khorne is winning pretty hard on the high ground, although Colossadon Hunters land on top of these throwing axes and are just beating the hell out of them right now. The few remaining Blood Beasts should be able to get some good damage in here before they themselves go down. Up to 740 value, and Blood Beasts are really good generalists against all kinds of units. I mean, they just perform very solidly under most circumstances. Big loss for the Lizards here. These Ripperdactyls actually breaking. Use the Furies to beat up on the Colossadon Hunters, maybe, right now. Chaos Warriors and the Wrathmongers going to rally to the number 2. The number 3 being held by the Lizards. Maybe being a little greedy going after all 3 objectives right now from Adam. But he's in a pretty good spot. He did kill Nakai. Nakai got beat down by Valkia, unfortunately. That's a huge loss for the Lizards. Skink leadership without their lords is pretty fickle. You know, what is it naturally? Yeah, 55, so it's already on the lower end. And without them, without the guy, forget about it. You're talking about a unit that's got like 45 leadership. They've got their flank secured now, but once they get up here, that little effect is going to go away. And then skinks just end up being fodder for army abilities for Khorne, which you really can't afford. You can't let Khorne use the Horn or Relentless Rage or even like Sword of Khorne. Sword of Khorne probably the weakest of the army abilities, but it can still come in clutch on occasion. Especially against swarmy factions like the Lizards. Valkia going after the little Skink Priest. Skink Priest, terrible duelist, so definitely doesn't want to be in this scenario. Just pumping those little legs, man. Oh, Valkia and their weird little shield. Hungering for that poor little skink's soul. Definitely trying to get him there. Probably going to be able to also. Look at the damage that the Umbral Tide did to the Bloodwake Berserkers there. Actually chunked a decent little bit of their HP off. They got to get out of here now. Fury's about to land on them. They're going to do some big damage, which they really can't afford to take. They've got how many volleys left? 2 volleys. I mean, they kind of need to survive. And you need to kill some of these Marauder Horsemen, maybe. That would be your best bet to get back in this game. But actually, looking around the battlefield, Lizards do have a decent number of units left, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make anything happen with what they do have. Unless the Marauder Horsemen get fumbled horrendously. I think Khorne's got this one in the bag, and really good micro there. Adam notices, and sees them pulling back too, and immediately rotates back around. Khorngors, multiple of them, chasing back the Skink cohort. Good rally, good micro pulling them back. Both of them being targeted onto the Cold One Spear Riders, though. I would just spread them out a little bit, like one of them comes here, another here. You just leave them a little path to run back up through the middle, and then they might try and take the bait, and then you can kind of close the gap, so to speak, against them. That's usually the best way to like catch units that are faster than all of the other stuff that you've got, but are surrounded. You know, you just want to, like, cast as big of a net as possible to get them. Valky is pretty beat up now. She doesn't really need to do a whole lot. You do have the Ripperdactyls here, but you just want to stay away from those. Just send the Furies in to fight them, although, unfortunately, Adam doesn't quite get the charge off. These Furies are going to take some serious damage here. Probably not going to do nearly as well against the Ripperdactyls as they otherwise would. Although, you just see how squishy these things are. I mean, they just get shredded by Furies. It's very painful for the Lizardmen, but if you can keep these things from taking one-on-ones against Furies, and they can get rear charges on infantry and even better counter-charging Furies, then they're an absolutely incredible unit. They're just so micro-dependent is the big issue with them. Valkia puts the absolute unholy smackdown of the Dark Gods onto the Skink Priest, who does not have... just doesn't have the moves like Jagger. Getting destroyed right now. 300 HP. He's shattered. That's going to be it for him. That is going to be game. Really nicely done by Adam there. And Lizard's just running out of steam, man. Not really having... I really would like to see Lizard players mix in a Razordon or two more regularly. Colossadon hunters are not good against Khorne. They are really bad. All of the things that are true about the Ripperdactyls are also true about Colossadon hunters, but the issue is Colossadon hunters don't have the anti-infantry, so they can't kill Furies as quickly as their cheaper counterparts do. They're more expensive, and they take the same amount of damage, pretty much. It's a very bad trade. You don't want these guys on the field. You're better off bringing a Razordon and something else. I really like the AP missiles on the Razordon pack. They do big damage. They're very quick. You know, they're a lot easier to protect than some of the other units you've got access to. The Umbral Tide can help peel for them also. And you can just, you know, use your own Ripperdactyl unit and your Feral Cold Ones to keep swarming the pressure that Khorne is trying to send into the backline onto them. Also not a big fan of Chameleon Skinks. I think they're a little too squishy. It's very hard for them to trade effectively. They're not that fast. Even with the poison that they have, Fleshhounds and Furies can catch them. And then that's pretty much game for those little skinks, because they're very bad melee duelists. It's just a little too risky. One more game, and I think we've got Captain Pinchy. I'll flip you over so you can see also. We've got Captain Pinchy, Adam, Maidon with 13 opponent points. I think that may be a little off, but we'll see about it. Where's Mars? Mars was the other Dowie player that we watched. Did pretty well for themselves. I don't actually see them. I think they may have dropped. Oh no, they're literally right here. We might have two Dowie players in the top 4. I'm not sure how the tiebreakers will shake out with Ninja Jack. Although Ninja Jack might get in over Mars here. He's got 3 wins already in this last game being played right now. It's going to be close, for sure. So these 3, I would imagine, are definitely getting into the top, unless Maidon just has like a ton of inflated points from people who left. Because that sometimes happens when people drop, you get like an extra opponent point for some reason. I don't know why. That's something that Turin has said. He's looking to get fixed up. as he's working on the updated website. We'll see how that goes. Download that and rename it. JP is untangling the string on this interminable Total Tavern problem. Okay, looks like we had 4 or 5 people drop, and that just plays havoc with everything. It makes it really difficult as an admin to keep everything coordinated and on the right track. Oh yeah, ZW. I need to check it out. Dark gods have corrupted the chat. They truly have. Yeah, hopefully you get in, Paul. You've still got a chance, man. Have faith. We'll see if it holds. Z, I would guess that it's just devastating flanker. There's something going... I feel like there's some weirdness going on with devastating flanker. It seems like if you get the charge off, like it's almost like devastating flanker is double procking its damage, because I've never seen units melt as fast as they are currently against Slaanesh. It's mind-boggling. I mean, I'm gonna clip later the little charge animation that we saw with the Lizardmen in Slaanesh game, where the cohort just got auto-deleted, pretty much, and post that as a short, and then we'll have people smarter than us come in and break that down and see if they can make heads or tails of it, because I certainly can't. I was just shocked to see it. Alright, this is not us. I'm going to go through while we're waiting on these guys to finish up this last game, and just make sure that all of the replays we've got are ones that we'll be able to get in and go over. Oh, and I downloaded some new ones also, so I'll go ahead and drop those in here. Wood Elves, Dowie, that's an interesting matchup. That's a very dwarf-favored matchup, typically. Curious to see how that plays out. Here, super elite Demons of Chaos against Wood Elves. It's a risky build against Wood Elves. And man, oh man, Mars loves this. I thought that he was bringing some kind of specialized build against the... in that Dowie mirror that we saw, but this looks like just what he brings, period. Yeah, wow, look at that. Is this the new Dowie meta somehow? So he beat Maidon pretty convincingly in this match. And then, where's the one we just saw? Here it is. Here it is. Mars versus Bowl against Demons of Chaos, no less. Coming in with the exact same build, I'm fascinated. I'm disgusted, but fascinated. Forex and Collective. You know, Nahakara Horsemen are nice and all, but, I've moved away from them myself over time and just bring, Skeleton Horsemen, personally. Because the problem with these guys is they're 250 gold more than Skeleton Horsemen, and they really aren't that much better. They are fine. They're a little better in a sustained fight, but they don't want to be doing that anyways. Just because they don't have very good stats. So you're better off, in my opinion, bringing skeleton horsemen who have, like, you know, a good charge bonus. Like, we'll go to the drawing board real quick and compare the two. Because Inaugural Horsemen I swore by when I was newer playing the game and also playing the Tomb Kings. But their benefits are just not enough, in my opinion. I mean, they only get a little extra armor, a little extra leadership, little faster, little better in melee combat, better weapon strength. They have much better weapon strength, that is one thing I will say. But their charge bonus is less. And you can get out Skeleton Horsemen much quicker, and they have Vanguard deployment, so they're a little bit better at controlling the battlefield, just by weight of numbers, and also, you know, by the ability to summon them out in very inopportune positions for your opponent to deal with them, and have, like, time to react. But, you know, you can have one or two mixed in. I just wouldn't leave home without a couple of Skeleton Horsemen. We'll just hang out here. Let's go see. What bracket is looking like. Still don't have top 4 yet, but we do have all our games played. Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, this has actually changed a bunch. Okay. So I'll flip y'all back over and we can take a look at it. We've got Ninja Jack up here at the top. Adam TM, Captain Pinchy, and the other Jack. Jacks of all stripes. Showing up for the semis here. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. It's been a really good tournament. I've had a lot of really good games. For all of you who didn't win a game this time around, don't let it discourage you. It took me forever to get any good at this. I was very bad at this game for a long time. Yeah, I don't know why now Carl Horsemen have less charge bonus. They just do. It's a little bizarre to me. I mean, you would think that a 250 gold, more expensive cavalry piece would have better stats across the board entirely, like even charge bonus. But no. No, not so. I just don't think for the price they're worth what they cost, you know? I mean, cheaper is not always better, but, you know, oftentimes it is. Especially for Tomb Kings, because, you know, your melee units are not even your DPS to begin with. That's your missile pieces. Chosen of the Gods, Sepulchral Stalkers, regular Ushabti Great Bows, Screaming Skull Catapults, sometimes. The only, like, DPS you have that hits hard is the Cambrian War Sphinx. Those are really amazing. The Sphinx of Uskaf is pretty good. Regular Necro Sphinx, not terrible, but usually you're just going to be bringing the ROR if you're bringing one. And Necropolis Knight Halberds are also pretty good DPS, but outside of those, your melee units are not there to actually, like, do damage. They're there to hold, and they're also there to harass and hold up the enemy's mobility from accomplishing its own goals of supporting their forces. And in that context is where I think the Nahakara Horsemen just lose out overall in terms of role to the skeletons. Let's go Collective. That's awesome, dude. Big grats, man. This is a hard game to win any matches in. You know? Like, take that one win for everything that it's worth, hold on to it, and just keep improving from there. I know it sucks to go back and watch your losses. It can be pretty painful to watch yourself make mistakes, but that's the biggest thing that will improve you over the long term. It took me a while to get into the habit of saving my losses and watching them, but that's where you'll learn the most, and that's where you'll see where the inefficiencies and your misconceptions are most apparent. Hey, Bull, you need to go, don't forget to get in there and claim rock, paper, scissors. Because you're rolling right now. We need to go back. We need to go to the, rock, paper, scissors showdown for the ages. I'll get back around to you, Madon. Don't worry. I've got. We're just waiting for top 4 right now, and then we'll roll back and we'll show off the Dowie at Madness. Because you're obviously a good Dowie player. You just that was a build different kind of moment, and apparently that's a really good build. Because you're not the only person that got beat by Mars, bringing just max Longbeards and the High King. I'm curious to watch other people play into it and see how they do. This is very, very interesting style, honestly. You don't see people bring elite Dowie infantry often, especially not with the intent of, like, out DPSing other factions. Sweet. We're gonna watch. We're gonna go watch Adam for the first semis game. He's already got us a code, and I've gotta go cheer on, you know, my blood god acolytes. I cannot refuse them favor. Password? It's not 123. What's the password? Wow, this is truly... This is hell. Okay. We'll wait for Adam to respond before we, try joining the game again. Let's go check out the, rock, paper, scissors. Oh my god. Oh my god. The most chaotic tournament of all time, honestly. But I'm here for it. Who wins the dreaded showdown, folks? Alright, we're gonna try joining this new lobby. Wow, and I'm actually in this time. Okay. Let's go back to the drama. Ooh, let's go, Bull. Oh, I'm not supposed to be in the match. I'm supposed to be spectating. There we go. There's always some madness going on. Alright, here we go. Ooh, Imperial Road. Khorne has a pretty good time on Imperial Road for the most part. There's a handful of factions that give them trouble here. Slaanesh and some of the like really artillery-heavy factions can do really well against them on this map. But generally, Khorne being able to just move very freely and openly around the field is going to benefit them more often than not. We'll see who they're going up against, though, because if it's Captain Pinchy, it might get a little rough for Khorne. Just because Slaanesh is so powerful. Alright, we're just gonna let our folks pick for a bit. I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. I need to get some water, and I will spare y'all the horrendous gulping noises that I'm gonna make doing it. Alright, our return. So we do have a Khorne versus Slaanesh showdown. This is going to be a little tricky for Adam. Slaanesh is a faction that can definitely match Khorne for the mobility game, and probably still has a little bit of an advantage over them. Just because Seekers and Hellstriders. Although, with the Seeker limits, I think Khorne will be a little bit better off, because those are always an absolute nightmare for Khorne. We'll see what Adam's game plan is for shutting that down. And also what Lord he picks, because there are more Lords than just Valkia now. And Valkia's always even been a little vulnerable in this matchup, just because she has very poor mass, and she can get beat up really badly by Azazel. And even a Keeper of Secrets can do pretty nicely against her, so we'll see how Adam mixes it up here. I banish ye for a moment, just so that I can go peek at builds. Okay, here we go. We are kicking it off here for a semifinals showdown between the forces of Slaanesh and Khorne. Captain Pinchy on Slaanesh, Adam on Valkia, and Khorne as a whole. We'll see how she does, man. Against the Herald on the Seeker, she might actually end up being able to get into a good combat against that guy. Lots of Halberd warriors, of all things, which is very interesting to see. I mean, theoretically it can work. I mean, if you can keep the Seekers from rear charging you to death, the Chaos Warrior Halberds should be able to beat just about everything that comes out for Slaanesh. I mean, Hellstriders don't want to fight them. There's also Chaos Warriors for Slaanesh. They should be able to trade very well into them. I believe they have a winning matchup there. I mean, I know that they trade very favorably into them. Maybe they wouldn't beat them outright, but we'll see how it goes for them. Definitely going to be very vulnerable to side charges nonetheless, though. I mean, that is Slaanesh's bread and butter, and these Khorne Halberds are slow as sin. I mean, 28 speed. They aren't getting anywhere anytime soon. But they look cool. You know, look at the armor, man. Very, very fun unit. We love the Marauders, too. Khorne just has a great color scheme overall. And I really love the color schemes on the RORs is really cool. Because it's like black and gold. And the color mixing on them is really nice. The Hellforged Bellower is... I mean, that unit drives me crazy in terms of it being wildly overpowered right now. But in terms of aesthetic, it's top tier. Top tier in every regard currently. Valkia only has Sleipnir. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, it's certainly good against Slaanesh just because they have, you know, low armor. And they are pretty vulnerable to the damage that it can do. But not having Demon Shield is always risky with Valkia. I mean, Demon Shield is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful items in the game, and not bringing it, I mean, it's 200 gold, and you can save Valkia in some really ugly fights, but I guess if you're expecting to get Pavaned, you know, you can't activate it in the middle of a rampage, which is the most important time to be able to use it anyways, so Adam might just be counting on having just super clean micro here and avoiding that fate for Valkia period. Advancing up, we've got Minotaurs, we've got Bloodwake Berserkers chilling here. There are some Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. They shouldn't do too much damage to anything here, though. The Chaos Warrior Halberds just have 110 armor, and these guys have okay armor-piercing damage. It's really not that great, though. Looks like they're going to be trying to wear down the Marauders anyways. Definitely need to be careful with these Marauders. You don't want to just let Slaanesh get free cycle charging on your infantry units as they're advancing up. I would honestly pull these guys back and tuck them into the Restier formation. You don't want to play it very wide against Slaanesh because they will 100% take full advantage of you. And Pinchy, very aggressive playback here, moving up onto the number 1 as Khorne is pulling back. Good side charge with the Fiends just rolling over these Marauders right now, doing big damage. We do have the Locus of Grace being popped. I don't think that's very necessary here, honestly. Not very sure about using it in that situation, but very patient play from Slaanesh. They are controlling the number 2 objective right now. I wouldn't really push off of here because these guys do have expert charge defense and charge reflection, so if they had just stood there, they could take the punishment from the Khorne Marauders and give it back to them even better. Exalted Demonettes coming out. Big force just chilling on the home objective of Khorne right now and being an absolute nuisance. Hellforged Toast gonna come up. We've got all of the Chaos Warrior Halberds on the middle outside of this one here with the Khorne Gores. Marauders moving up, trying to reclaim their objective. Captain Pinchy is really swarming right now. It's very impressive. And Khorne doesn't have anything to shut down any mobility right now. They're gearing up for just big all-out brawls on these objectives currently, and Slaanesh is just dominating this point right now. Like, they keep getting back on the objective, stopping any cap weight from being put in here from Khorne. Hellforged Toast is moving up. We've got 3 Halberds in a box here. Bloodwake Berserkers hanging out with Valkia the Bloody. We've got rotations coming in from Slaanesh now. Looks like they're going to be maneuvering their forces onto the other side and maybe just focusing on the home objective. Which wouldn't be a bad situation for Khorne because you're not as mobile. It's going to take you a long time to get over here, even with the speed you have as Slaanesh. And Khorne is decently quick. You can get units out here and actually do some serious damage in the right circumstances. Exalted Demonettes get right into the front and are taking out these poor Khorne Halberds, man. Doing big damage to them. Oh, and an Acquiescence gets popped as well. Khorne Gores going in there. Hellforged Toast going in there. The box is looking a little lonely right now. It's getting a little scary for Khorne. Khorne Gores and all of these units, man, really nice side charge. Luckily, these are just Hellstriders and they don't have devastating flanker, but they're still going to do some big damage to the Hellforged Toast. There is just a ton of stuff blobbed up in here. You've got to punish these Exalted Demonettes here. Valkia definitely needs to drop a Sloughtneer in here. This is like the perfect place for it to just hit all of the Exalted Demonettes, maybe, because they're very squishy to that kind of damage. Furies need to go and assist the Khorne Gores and the other units here, or we're going to be having a very unfavorable trade overall. Valkia actually lands in here, which is not the best idea, but a really nice Sloughtneer comes down, does big damage to the Demonettes and these Hell Scourge Marauders. Hellforged Toast hanging in here pretty nicely. And now the Furies look like they're going to be landing in here and assisting against the Demonettes and everything. But they get absolutely wrecked on the charge. Furies, man, what is going on with that? They just... It's not like they're getting side charged by the Fiends or anything. I mean, Slaanesh is just mashing their units into a giant blob, and they're just obliterating everything here right now. Oh my god. Korngors might break also before their unbreakable ability goes off, which would be really brutal. Because they're not quite under the half threshold yet. They do actually get it off before they break, which is huge. Hellforged Toast, really not doing too hot, man. Valkyria's struggling a little bit as well. Mino's moving over, not getting anything done. And the Halberd box is just a little too immobile, and not being able to support the backline here is very, very sad for Khorne. They just lost this fight on the home objective so hard, man. Absolutely folded up. And now that they're getting pulled apart like this, it's probably going to end up being more and more unfavorable for Khorne. Pinchy playing very clean, not having to do much of anything except react to where his opponent is going. Valkyria can't really find a way onto the Herald either. And I feel like Skulltaker is a better Lord in this matchup. He is incredibly hard to snipe. He doesn't care about getting paveined all that much, and he gives big leadership buffs and melee attack buffs to all of your units. He beats Azazel. He doesn't lose to the Herald. And he just keeps everything in combat so long. I think you can out-attrition Slaanesh. And I think you just need a little bit more mobility than this. I like having some halberds. I think that's a good idea. But you can't just rely on heavy infantry against Slaanesh. Because as you can see, Slaanesh is just pulling this army apart, and they just get to mop up everything at will. Marauders over here got nothing done. They're going to get a rear charge onto these Chaos Halberds, and that's going to be the end of the Halberds. That's going to be a tremendous amount of value that they're feeding. Bloodwake Berserkers are doing amazingly. They are wrecking house right now, as they always do. They're definitely an incredibly important unit. I think they would have been the unit to send back onto the number 1, honestly. The Halberds can move up onto the number 2 and just be a big blob here and be annoying. But the issue that was going on the number 1 objective was all of the mobility being able to engage on the units that Khorne had on this objective at will and get devastating flanker off on all of them. And Bloodwake Berserkers and Wrathmongers in general do have immune to flanking, so they can just hang in these bad fights and just grind endlessly. And Slaanesh, unlike some factions, can't shoot them down very well. They do have horsemen who can do some okay work, but even here, these guys have good enough armor that they'll persevere through the worst of it more often than not. And yeah, it's not going great for Khorne. We've got a bunch of Korngors and Halberds and stuff over here. Valkyria is surrounded by the Bringers of Beguilement now, though, and she's gonna die. Bringers of Beguilement just shred her. Herald's on top of her. Acquiescence is popped. Oh, and a Narcissism, so she's just completely locked down. And that's just brutal, man. Really clean Slaanesh play here. And you can see why their win rate is so high on the Total Tavern leaderboard right now. They're the number 1 faction for a reason. They're just able to do stuff like this. I do think that you need some Flesh Hounds in this matchup. I don't like Minotaurs. I think Minotaurs are actually pretty awful against Slaanesh. They're very vulnerable to Pavanes. They have bad melee defense to begin with, and the only thing that they trade upwards into is Fiends. They trade downwards into Seekers, downwards into Hellstriders. They get ripped apart by Throwing Horsemen as well. I think I think you're better off with Spawn. At least Spawn are unbreakable. And there you go. You can see how quickly the Minotaurs get broken here. It's a nice sort of Khorne. Actually finishes off the Bringers of Beguilement. But as you can see, there's no Valkyria. There's really not much left for Khorne on the field. Bloodwake Berserkers, just about the only thing left. I think that you're wanting some Skull Reapers here. Skull Reapers have incredible stats. They can scrap and fight against a lot of the bigger stuff, like Fiends, with the magic attacks and good stats that they have. actually hold their own in those fights, unlike the halberds. Halberds just didn't have any sauce in that matchup. They're just too slow. They can't get anywhere. Slaanesh is faster than you. They're just going to run around and never have to engage except on their own terms, and you just can't let that happen. It's just a recipe for failure, unfortunately. Really well played by Pinchy, man. Really, really nicely done. Big value on all the Demonettes, who are just an absolute world beater. Fiends did alright themselves. Herald did a good job of supporting. Good value on Javelins. Good value on everything. And over here, Bloodweight Berserkers and Valkia, really about the only things holding up their end of the bargain. Hellforge toast, man. Just unfortunate situation for those guys. Not quite able to make it happen. Alright, guys. Yeah, Slaanesh against Dowie is not a good matchup, and it's sad. Valky is annoying, but she is a manageable threat. She has terrible mass, so if you do tar pit her, she's just dead. Actually tar pitting her does depend on your opponent making a mistake, though. So I very much understand your complaints with her. I don't think she's a total nightmare. I don't know. Khorne is just an odd faction. Like, there's a lot of things about Khorne that is just incredible. But not having any magic and lacking a lot of the traditional support pieces for your army does kind of put you on the back foot in a lot of matchups. That can be kind of hard to get out of, and Valkia can only do so much. She is but one very angry girl boss. She can't completely carry a game for you more often than not. She's very good at killing lords, getting in and supporting against like monstrous infantry and cavalry, dropping some Sloupners, but outside of that, it's not like she can like obliterate an elite infantry line using spell casting or anything like that. That comes down to, you know, you having to like micro all of your aggressive units around effectively, which is very easy to do on Khorne, because a lot of these infantry pieces and even a lot of the mobility pieces like wildly outtrade their similarly costed counterparts. All right. We're going to be joining Captain Pinchy here. Get away from the build. But I've noticed people are bringing a lot of the same builds, which isn't a bad thing to do. Especially as a newer player, it's a really good idea to find a handful of builds on one or two factions and focus on developing your skill set with those, and then move on from there and experiment later, just so that you know how the things perform in a variety of scenarios. How's the Blood Speaker and his pseudo magic? Blood Speaker is odd. I mean, he's fine, I think. I don't think his Murderous Exhortations ability is very good. I just don't see it ever really do anything, and I've played around with him a lot. He's exceptional at supporting Skull Crushers and Heralds of Khorne's Fury and stuff like that. Like, really elite units love having him around to assist them. But him being kind of bad in melee combat and Blood Sacrifice being as punishing as it is on HP and, you know, kind of being a little expensive. He's kind of expensive with his abilities. I don't think he's all that good. If you really want to know how I feel Dark Age, watch my tier list video that I made the other day. That's got all my thoughts about the DLC stuff. I think the Blood Speaker is situationally good, but very hard to use. And I think that you're just better off bringing one of the like more capable combat lords and using Khorne's like generally strong melee to carry you. Because a lot of his abilities just like Wild Abandon gives extra melee attack, which you don't always need as Khorne. It helps you win fights harder than you otherwise would, but is that really all that important? The only thing that it really benefits is Skull Crushers, like I said, where they just absolutely shred whatever mobile unit they just got on when they have Wild Abandon active. And it can help you in the mobility game. But in terms of like providing a broad benefit to your army across the battlefield, it's not like that at all. His abilities are very limited. I think he would be better if you were a hero. And then you would see him all the time. But as a lord, I don't think you're going to see him super often. And if you do, you'll see him with very elite units. Whenever I'm unit testing melee units, I use Khorne units as the standard. If I use them as the bar, other generic melee units perform worse, I think. Generally speaking, that's true. I think CA's design philosophy for the Blood Speaker is just that they don't want Khorne to have any magic. They want Khorne to be just like purely a rush faction, or a faction where, you know, you can bring the skull cannons and then you can play a little bit of a skirmish game. But that's why he's not a hero. They don't want any units to just be able to pop buffs on others for Khorne outside of the army abilities. Slaanesh seems so overpowered. Do you think the Rampage should be nerfed? I think the Rampage is fine. I think there might be something broken with the way that Devastating Flanker works, because we watched a game earlier where Fiends and Seekers got a charge off on the cohort of Sotek and quite literally like one-shot the unit. I mean, they went down to like 25% HP in half a second. It was just madness. I don't know what's going on with it. I think there's just something funky going on with that. Seekers have always been strong, but it seems like they're even more insane than they have been before. I'm not sure what the deal is. Maybe it's just in everyone's heads, but it can be kind of hard to figure all that out because there's so many things that get changed in these updates. It can take quite a while to figure them all out just because there's so many factions. Like, you're never ever gonna see everything within a couple of like weeks of an update even coming out. Like, it takes like months sometimes for people to realize just how bugged some stuff is. Oftentimes it gets caught early. Sometimes these things go under the radar for a while. Seekers one-shot my Slan last week in the semifinals. That's rough. To be fair, Slan are really bad in combat. If they get caught by anything, they'll die. I would try and avoid Slans against Slaanesh. I don't know what you would bring, per se, as a Lizardman player. I'd have to go in and look at it. I don't play Lizards a ton. But I would be willing to bet that your best option would be Mazdamundi on the Stegodon. Because he's got a ton of health. It was like 10,000, I think. He has the Sunburst Standard, which buffs melee defense and gives a little missile res in an aura around him. He's got Apotheosis, and most importantly, he has Net. Net of Amontok. You think Corrin hates getting locked down? Slaanesh hates it even more. And then you can use your Skink Cohort Javelins to try and punish the Slaaneshi players trying to get on top of your more elite stuff. You probably want to, I don't know, though. I don't know. I do think Mazda is your best bet. Nets, being able to stop stuff from running away and punishing it with javelins and feral cold ones and spear riders, not a bad idea. Sacred Croxagores are always nice to have, just because they have good magic attacks. They're a little pricey, and they can be a little vulnerable to Seeker rear charges. And even against Hellstriders, they might struggle some. But they've got good armor, and being able to heal is a big deal against Slaanesh. Slaanesh isn't unbeatable, they're just tough. They're so tough. Just keep learning builds, man. Just keep playing games. Like, if y'all keep playing, you're gonna learn a lot. Take the lumps early, you know? It took me a long time to get any kind of consistency down in this game. Alright. I'm just going in to peek at the builds and see what's going on here. Ooh. And yeah, we're gonna have a good showdown here for sure. Alright, let's go, guys. Let me flip y'all. Oh, I did flip you back over. We've got our Warriors of Chaos Slaanesh finals here. Got Archeon the Ever-Chosen. Probably got Burning Head. Maybe Searing Doom, though. Searing Doom is really good at punishing units like Hellstriders. Even does good damage against Fiends and stuff like that. Archie needs to be careful. He does not want to get sniped out. And, you know, it can be a little dangerous in this matchup for him, but I think he's a pretty good option. I like to have a Nurgle caster for Archie, just in case. Fleshy Abundance is just such a big heal. Being able to get one off on him is going to get him not close to his... not, like, all the way up to his healing cap, but close. And just being able to keep him online as long as possible is pretty huge. Lots of Marauder Horsemen for Bowl. And Bowl is a very good Warriors of Chaos player. We've played a handful of times. And I've seen him play quite a bit. And I think if anybody's going to be able to end the Slaaneshi Reign of Terror here, it's going to be him. So we've got all four of them just geared up, sauced to the gills, ready to take on these Hellstriders. And you know, the nice thing about having all these guys over here is if there is a Pavane, and, you know, it doesn't have an area of effect, it can only target one unit, one of these horsemen gets rampaged in, fine, so be it, whatever. Like, the Hellstriders are going to rip it apart, but it's going to give you a little bit of time to fire in with the other horsemen and maybe out-trade there. And then the Horsemen are also going to be very good against the Fiends. They'll be able to shoot at the Devoted Marauders pretty well. Especially the Hell Scourges. The Hell Scourges are very expensive at 550. If you can use these guys to wear out the Hell Scourge Marauders, you're going to be sitting pretty nicely, because they only have bronze shields and 15 armor. They're not mitigating anything, hardly. Taking the number 1 with the Horsemen, you know, you can just pop right up here to the number 2. maybe even get greedy and go for the number 3, but I would just, oh yeah, go straight for the number 2. Try and get some damage on the Fiends, probably. And Archie has Spirit Leech and Burning Head, which aren't bad options. Crown of Domination, very good choice. 55-meter radius, and does a very good job of supporting a lot of units. We do have our first Pavane going down. Just going to be pretty punishing, but we actually have maybe a full engagement? No, not quite. But they should definitely get some volleys off here and maybe be able to help these guys out some. The Horsemen honestly didn't take a tremendous amount of punishment, really. Now they are. They're getting absolutely flattened by the other Hell Scourges showing up. It's a big ball, though, of units. Would have been really nice to see a Searing Doom just land on top of all those guys, but not so. But doing a very good job of preserving the other 3 horsemen, getting a little bit of poke against these Hellstriders. It's going to be very important over the course of a long game. Forsaken and Marauders should be able to trade all right into their counterparts here. Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh aren't anything special. It's really the Hell Scourges that you need to be afeared of. Just the fact that they have poison and, you know, even having charge reflection and stuff is kind of nuts on a pretty cheap Marauder unit. Good fire against these Devoted Marauders, and the Forsaken and the Marauders here definitely will shred those guys apart. Bowl trading okay in the opening here. Honestly, this is a pretty good spot for a Burning Head. If you get it down the pipe correctly, you can probably roast both of these units. It'd be a little bit hazardous with your Marauders here. They might also get wrecked. Definitely need a little bit of buffering over here, I think, to preserve the Horseman Corps, because they're getting charged down by Hellstriders now. Hellstriders have 100 speed and poison, so if they catch something, it's going to be very hard to get them off. We do have, oh, some Hellstriders of his own coming out. Definitely going to be able to intercept nicely, and we do have a Burning Head going down. Gets a pretty good bit of damage there, but the rotation isn't very favorable, and it does kind of miss the other units. Devoted Marauders winning big over here, but the Forsaken absolutely obliterated the Devoted Marauders they were fighting. And we've got another dive going back here with more Hellstriders coming out from Slaanesh and trying to get into the back line to punish the Horsemen. Horsemen do get rampaged into the front line, but they kind of go into a situation where they're at least getting supported by their fellow units. More Hellstriders coming out for the Warriors of Chaos. Horsemen just desperately trying to escape, but a really good intercept here, man. And Spirit Leech going down on Azazel, trying to wear him down. Chaos Warhounds coming in too. This is a big win in the backline for Bull. This is a massive, massive dub. He's going to lose his Hellstrider, but he's probably going to be able to wear out both of the other ones here that Slaanesh is relying on right now. Doing pretty nice in the front line too, and that's a good Burning Head as well. It didn't get, like, devastating damage off, but definitely has worn down these infantry units to a point where they should be a little bit more manageable in terms of being able to deal with them. Archie is also doing a very good job of supporting all of the units here and keeping them, you know, nice and buffed up with the leadership from his Encourage and his Crown of Domination. Gives a little extra leadership and such. And the Fiends actually crumble out, and these Hellstriders back here might be able to go and help clean up. No, nothing back here even anymore. All the Hellstriders for Slaanesh have pretty much been dealt with. They do have a ton of infantry on the field, though. Oh, and a big break, unfortunate. The Chaos Warrior Great Weapons get terrified by Azazel here. And they are running, and they're going to get ripped apart by the Seekers as they go. Demonettes back here, wrecking all the infantry for the Warriors of Chaos. Slaanesh losing on value right now, but they have all 3 of the objectives. There's a lot of Horsemen left. Horsemen have a good bit of ammo as well. They should be able to wear down some of these units. I would try and cap the number 1 here. Looks like Bull is going to be making that play. I'm not sure what you do here in the middle. Burning Head is going to have to do some kind of work here just to get rid of all these low armor infantry. More Seekers coming out from Slaanesh. 2 Seekers on the field should be the limit of them. Hopefully we don't see another rule break. We did kind of see one earlier. It's a little bit of a gray area, I guess, just because of the way the rules were written. But Warriors of Chaos are going to secure an objective, and they're not triple capped, at least. Maybe they'll be able to shoot down these devoted Marauders. Do not charge these guys. Oh, never mind. Well, Captain Pinchy is doing Bowl a favor here. These guys have expert charge defense. They can just sit there, and they have charge reflection too. They'd actually do a bunch of damage to the Blood Beasts. There. The fact that they're not is a little unfortunate. Fascination and Pavane being used on the Horsemen. Horsemen getting into combat with the Seekers and a big Hell Scourge horde coming in. This is looking really scary for the Warriors of Chaos. I don't know how the hell Slaanesh is doing so well with being down this much in value. They just get an immediate break on most of the Warriors of Chaos here. A beautiful Burning Head, though, maybe gonna save Walk's bacon here. I just don't know. I mean, the Demonettes kind of avoided the worst of it. There's still Marauders here. These Hellstriders got beat to hell. More Hellstriders coming out, intercepting the very tattered remains of my my main man Bowl's units. They're very beat up here. And I think Slaanesh is looking real pretty here. Maybe slow pushing some Marauders up would be a good idea here, or Forsaken to go after the Devoted Marauders on the number 3 objective. We've got the Blood Beasts and some Spears and Demonettes all fighting against one another. Archaon's trying his best, but now there's going to be a big rear charge here from Hellstriders and Seekers, and they're probably going to just absolutely ice these Blood Beasts, if I had to guess. You can see immediately doing big damage here. Blood Beasts have pretty poor armor, and they're definitely not going to like this fight. Another big Burning Head, though. Come on. It just doesn't... It's not taking the right rotations for the Warriors of Chaos. Like, it's doing good damage, but it's just not doing enough right here. Walk needs some serious milk right now. They're in trouble. Hounds are just scattered all over the field. We do have the opportunity here, though, potentially, for a game-winning play. If Archie can kill Azazel, I think that Walk might be able to grind down the remaining infantry that are on the field for Slaanesh. And Archie does actually find Azazel. He is getting some big damage. He drops a good Spirit Leech. But Archie pushing through the Hellstrider is going to get back up in the air. That's a very unfortunate position to be in. But we do get a good catch. Slaanesh Hellstriders, caught by the Walk Hellstriders, take disgusting amounts of damage. Oh my goodness. Down to less than half health in half a second, but that looks like a Fascination. And you can see just how powerful Fascination is. I mean, oh my god, dude. You know, just immediately takes off half of the HP of this Hellstrider unit. Azazel lands on them, and Azazel's probably going to be able to clean these guys up. That's painful, man. Army abilities aren't reflected in the damage value also, so that's probably where some of the difference is being made up here by Slaanesh. It's a very close game still, but it's looking a little rough for the Warriors of Chaos. They don't have enough out on the field to punish the remaining Slaaneshi forces. Forsaken have been doing a really good job, but they've lost more Hellstriders. Hounds keep coming out, and I just don't like Hounds against Slaanesh, because Hounds route so quickly, and Slaanesh gets army ability charges off of routing units. And Slaanesh can also actually catch more Hounds with all of the 100 speed poison units they've got. I think they're a little bit inefficient, and I think that might be one of the reasons Bowl is struggling here in the mid-game. Aspiring Champions are doing really nicely here in the middle. They're definitely getting some pretty good value. Marauders don't want to chase off, need to stay on that objective and cap that up. Number 1 objective is capped, but I think it's going to be too much to ask for Warriors of Chaos to take this middle objective. And we got Fiends coming out, Hellstriders and Seekers moving over to retake the number 3. Oh, and it's not even flipped yet. It does finally flip. If there were one nice fat-burning head, or just, I don't know, man. Searing Doom might have been a little bit better to choose. Archeon's certainly not done badly, but Searing Doom to punish, you know, the cavalry actually, like, blobbing up would have been really nice. Burning Head is just not super important, in my opinion, against Slaanesh, because their infantry are so low armored. And you do have Forsaken and the Aspiring Champions, all of which are very good against Slaaneshi infantry. You can kind of rely on winning that grind slowly over time. And then you have to be able to beat their mobility. If you can't beat Slaaneshi mobility, you just automatically lose. And that's another fascination. No, that's a Pavane, actually, but no less devastating. It's just going to force these Hellstriders into a bad position. They're going to get caught here. They're probably going down. I mean, Fiends and Seekers on top of them. It's just a little too much for these Hellstriders to deal with. Slaaneshi Hellstriders out here ripping apart Moorhounds. Going to be taking the number 1 objective. And it is looking like it's going to be game. Not enough time to be able to take this. Narcissism goes down to lock the Hellstriders in place. No reinforcements for the number 1 objective in time. Oh, man, and Captain Pinchy is going to take this. Really nicely done. Maybe bringing some more Marauders or something over. I just don't like the Hounds. The Hounds are just so inefficient. Watch them just get flattened here. Like, they do a little bit, but they're so terrible in sustained combat that once the second the charge bonus wears off, they just get absolutely obliterated. And that is going to be a win for Captain Pinchy taking this new player tournament. Very clean Slaanesh play. Taking full advantage of their current prowess in the meta. Some very good army ability uses too. Fascinations going off. Really good use of Narcissism at the end there, just to slow down the cap, giving extra time to take this game. And Bull almost had this one. So damn close. Rotting Riders were in reserve. I don't know how they would have done. I don't think they'd be all that amazing here. They're very vulnerable to, like, Eternal Entourage and Seeker charges. Even against Hellstriders. Hellstriders with the anti-large bonus should be able to do a little bit of damage to them. And if an Acquiescence goes down on these guys, they're going to be even more vulnerable than they already are to all of the anti-large options that Slaanesh has. Just congratulating Pinchy a little bit here. Skull Crushers would have been a good choice for Khorne last match. They're ridiculous. They are really good now. What do I think Slaanesh's bad matchups are? I don't know. What are the bad matchups for Slaanesh? What else can be kind of tough for Slaanesh? What else have pretty good mobility, and they're, just the fact that they've got, magic damage on so many of their missile units is great. If you can keep your missile units intact and just gun down the, Slaaneshi forces before they get to you, then you can usually do okay. Treekin theoretically should be good, but they're unfortunately just not. They don't do enough damage. But if you can use your magic appropriately and keep your, like, lords alive and get good value out of them, you should be able to win that matchup. Drycha's probably your best bet. You know, she's got magical attacks. She's pretty tough to kill also as a foot character. And you can just rely on Melkoth's Enfeebling Foe to do big damage to the mobility. Rouse to Wrath isn't bad. Smoke and Mirrors gives you a little bit of extra speed, which in most circumstances probably not good, and you can just cut it, but against Slaanesh it might actually be kind of nice, just to keep your stuff like moving forward and equaling the pace of Slaanesh's army. Sister of the Thorn, probably not very good. You can do like Glade Riders. But Wood Elves probably do pretty well. I think Lizardmen have an okay matchup against Slaanesh as well. Demons of Chaos are a bad matchup for Slaanesh because, you know, Demons of Chaos get all the same shenanigans, and then some. They're a little vulnerable because they don't have the Hellstriders. But you can generally rely on your Screamers and very tanky infantry to just persevere and keep you in a fight over a long period of time. Vampires are kind of vulnerable to Slaanesh just because what you do as Slaanesh against vampires is you bring the where is Slaanesh? There it is. You bring Nakari, or the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, because they have, what is it, Feasting on Fear, where they get heals as units are wavering or lower, and that's the vampire counts in a nutshell. You know, crumbling vampire units count as wavering, so you just get fat heals on your Lord as Slaanesh in that matchup. Could be good for vampire counts other than that fact, though. I've seen vampire counts players beat Slaanesh, not like super regularly, but fairly so. And maybe Norska. Norska's also kind of risky, though. It's because they got a lot of low leadership units. If any of their stuff breaks, it's never coming back. Kislev, in theory, should be good, but I think they're pretty bad against them. They just struggled to keep their hybrid shooting online long enough to value trade. They just don't have enough like innate magical damage sources. You know, like all of their units are gonna hate the fact that Slaanesh gets innate Phys Res on all of their units, and then the demons have even more. So it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. Yeah, Pinchy is saying lizards in his experience. Which figures. Lizards are really good. Lizards are a solid faction all around. Nah, I don't... Tzeentch, maybe. Tzeentch is kind of expensive, and a lot of the stuff that they rely on to do big damage is gonna just get absolutely waxed by Pavanes. Like Changebringers, Flamers, and like Burning Chariots. Stuff like that, which Slaanesh relies on to do good damage, doesn't end up doing a lot of damage. If you go really elite with like Chosen or Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, then Seekers are gonna feast on you because they're gonna get tons of free charges off. And the magical attacks are really nice across the board. It's just the issue that you have to have your units engaged in prolonged combat for that to really matter. And against Slaanesh, they do so much shock damage that they just kill everything before they even have to worry about taking any return fire. And that just sucks. And then your units are really expensive. So it can be kind of painful. Running around and trying to rely on all of them to do something. Maybe a village blob can do something. You know, pink fire and blue fire are pretty nice. I don't know if you need Infernal Gateway. You know, Knight's Immolation are cool and all. You could probably just bring Chaos Knights out and rely on them for big damage. You've got your Marauder Horsemen in the back pocket and stuff to do good work. But it seems like a matchup that's good in theory, but in practicality, you're not going to be able to make best use out of Tzeentch's good tools. Spawn blob? Spawn would be nice. I'm gonna have to actually try that out and see. If I have time, I'll test it sometime. But as of now, we're gonna get back into the going through replays, and we'll try and get through as many as we've got. Alright. Collective, Zaliazar. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves, man. Dark Elves and Tomb Kings have been a pretty even matchup for a long time. I would say it's a little bit Tomb Kings favored. Just generally because of the silver shields that all of their super cheap infantry have. And this is one matchup where the, you know, like your cost-effective Bleak Swords and Dread Spears are really good here. They'll hold for a long time and they'll beat their counterparts, but Tomb King's infantry is so much cheaper and you can get worn down a lot quicker. And the Horse Archers against your Dark Riders, not a great trade. Horse Archers, if they range properly, should be able to win this trade every day of the week, but right now, Collective being a little sloppy by getting into such close proximity to the repeater crossbows. It's just the fact that the repeater crossbows have such good missile strength that they're able to win this. You've got superior range, you need to use it. It's going to be very hard for Dark Riders to close the distance, and if you focus fire effectively, you can definitely dominate the skirmish cav game. Supreme Sorceress of Shadows landing here. One Dark Rider is dealt with. They are kind of the answer to Cetra. You might think Dark Shards would be, but Cetra's mass is so unbelievably insane. He should be able to get in on these Dark Shards and just, like, pinball all the way down the entire formation here. Dark Elves moving up onto the objectives. Definitely need to pull back the, Skeleton Horse Archers over here. Chosen of the Gods doing some decent damage to these very blobbed up units. It's a very bad situation. You can't let your stuff get blobbed up like this, especially infantry when there's Chosen of the Gods on the field. You don't want to feed them any extra value, and this is just value town. Even though these are cheap units, they're hitting both of them at the same time, and they just absolutely trashed them. Skeleton Horse Archers, yeah, struggling a little bit out here. There's a few of them left. You definitely need to pull these guys back and try and get them safe. Big volleys going down there from the Dark Rider repeater crossbows, and Cetra finally getting into the cookie jar against the Dark Shards, and you can see how much damage it does with one good run through. Definitely could stand to get in and go through the other ones here, but what is this? A sandstorm going down.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Who's casting that? Oh my god. We've got a sandstorm cast coming out of Cetra, of all people. You know, normally people use Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, but that sandstorm did fat damage to that Dark Shard. Might actually be a really good tool here to break through all of the low armor infantry. Because the main issue with this is that it just doesn't have any AP values, but it's not going to matter too much against Bleak Swords and the like. Skeleton Warriors hanging in here, grinding, doing what they can, slowly losing this objective, but if these Skeleton Swordsmen get in on the back here, they should be able to grind this position down. Good focus fire from the Chosen of the Gods and the Skeleton Horsemen. 835 value on these guys. Not the most in the world. Oh my goodness, and a Bone Giant too. Wow, very punishing blow from that Bone Giant. Killed like 10 models off the Dark Shards there. Scourge Runners coming out. Ravagers of Rakarth specifically, the ROR variant. I don't know, I don't think you really need that. It's nice to have the poison on these guys, and they do have a net around them that slows down speed and imbues a little bit of missile weakness, but I don't think it's worth it for the cost. I think regular Scourge Runners are just better. And yeah, man, oh, this poor Supreme Sorceress is struggling right now. Penumbral Pendulum and Pit of Shades are not the spells that you want here. If you're not going to bring Malekith or something like that, you're better off with Burning Head. Because you can, like, Burning Head stuff like this, where there's just a bunch of tightly packed Skeleton Warriors. And the healthier you can... There you go, there's a Burning Head actually right now. The healthier you can keep your Dark Shards and Bleak Swords and everything, the better off you are. So being able to Burning Head down Tomb King's units, put them into Crumbling, and just absolutely smack them up, it's really favorable for the Dark Elves. Who is casting this Burning Head? Oh, there's a Fire Sorceress here. It's a lot of gold to spend on mages. There's something to be said for having the utility of multiple spells, but I don't know the value of bringing Penumbral Pendulum and Pit of Shades. I think you could do this same thing, just bring a Fire Sorceress, and then you just bring Malice. Because Malice is pretty good against Cetra. He's very durable also. You can rely on him to do some pretty effective damage in the front line. And when he goes into Zarkan form, his Bloodstorm ability does very big damage to stuff like Chosen of the Gods and regular Ushabti. Even against Horsemen and Infantry, it can do some good damage. I don't know. Shadow's Magic against the Tomb King's probably not the most effective option. If there were Tomb Guard on the field, then Pit of Shades would be really good. It's just such an expensive spell to be bringing against skeletons. And you've already seen what the Burning Heads can do. I mean, that was a beautiful Burning Head that went down the middle there. It's just a little bit of a shame that it's a little too late here for the Dark Elves. They've salvaged some of the positions that they have, but up here on the high ground, they're just trading very poorly right now. And it's continuing to get worse and worse. They did manage to finish off Cetra here, though, which is big, but they've lost the casters both. And I don't think either of them is going to be rallying here. Maybe the Supreme Sorceress rallies somehow, but Fire Sorceress not going to rally. Way too low on leadership now. There's Skeleton Horsemen all over the place. They're doing pretty decently. The Manticore summons are doing some pretty good work, but where's the cap weight is the problem. There's like no infantry available for the Dark Elves. They've got just a handful of Bleak Swords here, handful of Dread Spears, a couple more Bleak Swords here. Look at these guys. 24 models left. They're going right in against the Skeleton Horsemen, who aren't really being microed right now. Dark Elves can definitely clean those guys up and get a little bit of value. Manticore's trying to help out the Crows of Cain against the Nehekara Warriors, who should be able to do pretty nicely against the Crows. They do have a bonus versus infantry of 7, which isn't quite enough to get through the good melee defense of the Crows, but the weapon strength on these guys and the fact that they only have 15 armor means that the Crows are going to take an appreciable amount of damage. Tomb Kings should definitely just use these Nehekara Horsemen to get a rear charge against the Crows here, though, to finish them off.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Ravagers of Karth, yeah, not paying for themselves, and about to break here also. The Lord is fully routed off the field. Firecaster's gone too. Nothing to stop the Horse Archers spam from absolutely carrying this game for the Tomb Kings into the late game. Nehekara Horsemen just doing what they do. They're trying to stop up what cap weight they can, but the Manticore has found them, and it's definitely going to be doing some pretty good damage there. Rupert Bolt Thrower firing in, getting some good value trades. We're going to start fast-forwarding through the rest of this one. It's going to take some serious hero plays from something to get the Dark Elves back in this. And I'm not sure if they've got the units on the field. Crows of Cain dive right onto Nehekara Warriors, and you can see, you know, they got okay value, but the bonus versus infantry is just enough to fight those guys off and do good damage to them. Actually, those are regular Harpies. Crows of Cain are over here, but they're just being idled off in the distance, and the Bone Giant, man, has been getting some pretty good shots down. Laying waste to a lot of these units, does obliterate some of his own skeleton warriors. I don't think they've got too much to complain about there, though. He is doing a lot of damage to the Feral Manticore. Killing the Manticore is going to be pretty important, you know, just to help out some. Horse archers firing in here. They definitely don't want to just sit and get shot at by Dark Shards and charged by Dark Riders. Not a great situation for the Tomb Kings there, but they are winning very hard on the high ground. Probably need to rotate to the low ground and just resecure that at some point. Once they've cleaned up here, which shouldn't take too much longer. Manticores are gone. We've got Nehekar Horsemen coming out. They'll do pretty well against the Dark Riders. And Skeleton Warriors moving up. Lots of cap weight for the Tomb Kings here. Just hanging on to these objectives by hook and by crook right now. Killing another Manticore. Capping up the number 3. Dark Elves not responding to it with the Dark Rider Corps. And I don't love this idea. I mean, I know you have to cap the number 1, but you don't want to use your Dark Riders like this. You can't charge Dark Riders in and just leave them in melee combat. It's just not a very good fight for them overall. Like, these spears could push up and probably kill both of those units. And here you go. You get Nehekar Horsemen coming up with Skeleton Warrior support, breaking down the Dark Riders. King Nekesh's Scorpion Legion are still pretty healthy. And, yeah, I mean, you want to wait for infantry to move up, and then you can push in with the Dark Riders, like, surrounding and getting rear charges. Cycle charging is the best way to get value out of these guys.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And they're not great in this matchup because they lose to Skeleton Horsemen and the Nehekar Horsemen alike, and they're also very weak to the Skirmish Fire. I think you're better off just bringing a bunch of Cold One Knights instead as the Dark Elves in this matchup, because Cold One Knights put a lot of pressure on the Tomb King's backline. You know, you beat all of the Horsemen very comfortably. You do need to be careful about getting stopped in the backline and shot down, but you win the value trade against Nehekar Horsemen and Skeleton Horsemen. If you get on top of Ushabti, you beat those as well. You can use them to lock down Cetra if he overextends. Just not seeing any of those, and then a little bit inefficient in the magic department is really the only thing that I would say the Dark Elf player needs to change. Collective did a very good job. Keeping Cetra alive was, you know, definitely something that would have made the game a lot easier into the late game. But it is kind of difficult to do. Dark Elves have really good shooting and very good AP. And the Manticores were actually very effective. They both got their value back. They were a menace for Cetra to deal with. Cetra just has to stay moving. And it's better to bring cheap spells with Cetra so that you can just spam out the passive heal, the Restless Dead, which is going to help your army tremendously. It's going to help Cetra a lot too, because he is technically on a construct, but doesn't count as one, so he can't get Necrotect heals. And I just think that using Nerus and Jaff's Blades, as well as Usirians, is your best bet. And Ziliazar, just way too deep on the Dark Riders. Just get rid of all of these Dark Riders and just replace them with the Cold One Knights. Get rid of the Ravagers of Karth and this Harpy, and I think you can then afford 2 regular Scourge Runner Chariots, which will do you a lot more good than, you know, these 2 units. Crows of Cain are fine. You just need to be careful with them and use them appropriately. They're best used for supporting a backline dive against Ushabti or Sepulchral Stalkers. They're very good against Sepulchral Stalkers because they have crazy melee defense and decent melee attack. They'll out-heal the DPS of a Sepulchral Stalker, so if you've got a Ushabti Greatbow you want to dive and a Sepulchral Stalker is next to them, engage the Ushabti with whatever you want. just start doing damage to them, and use the Crows of Cain to lock down the Sepulchral Stalker so that the Sneaky Snakes can't shoot at what's diving the other missile piece. Yeah, that's going to be it. Really nice Bone Giant play, too. Did a lot of work, and Chosen of the Gods were nice. Horse Archers did do pretty well. You know, they suffered a little bit in the early going, but they came out and got their value back at the end of the day. Warriors were okay. We'll move on to, let's see. I think we all know where this one's going. So we'll move on to this Dark Elf versus Demons of Chaos matchup, because this is one that you don't see terribly often. It's going to be interesting to go over it. Crows of Cain are also good against flying SCs. They're one of the better answers to Valkia, actually, because you know they just blob up on her and it takes her, you know, centuries to you know, like, break out. Truman is good, that's true. Does remove the magical attacks in the Slaanesh matchup. The problem with the Treemen is that they're slow, and Slaanesh just, you know, eats slow units for breakfast. It really sucks. I just don't know what, I just don't know what's going on with Slaanesh right now. I mean, maybe the players really are just that cracked, but it just feels like they're a little strong right now. And it's not just the, Seekers, it's all of the units with devastating flankers seem to do just unholy amounts of damage. I don't know how you fix that, though. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, trying to shoot at the Herald of Nurgle, don't hit him, and they take a Stream of Corruption in return, which isn't too bad. Gets a little bit of value there. Maybe not the best Stream of Corruption. Stream of Corruption's better against infantry. It's okay against Cav. Those guys are a little bit too low value for it to be really worth it. You'd be better off just Stream of Corruption right here, down the line of the Dark Shards, because it has such an extensive reach on the actual range of the spell. Definitely hit multiple Dark Shard units. Cold One Knight's fighting Pox Riders, and the Pox Riders are trading evenly, but spears are moving in now. Spears are going to flip that fight. I would pull the Cold One Knights back through and just let the spears take the remainder of that fight and damage. We've got Malekith and a Master on foot, or Malice, sorry. Malice moving up. Looking to get into a fight with the Nurglings. I prefer Malice on the Cold One. Like, he's just so much better when he is mobile. He's not going to be bad for anchoring an objective, though, so I'm not going to complain too much about that. Ooh, a Charybdis coming out. That's a really bizarre pick, though, considering what's out on the field. Doesn't have anything to fight, really. Most of what the Demons of Chaos have out on the field that's going to threaten the Dark Elf army is the Infantry Corps. Exalted Plague Bearers not throwing their blades, or their Holy Hand Grenades, I should say. Which isn't the worst thing in the world right now. They would be firing into Silver Shields. Might as well hang on to that for something else. Exalted Bloodletters coming and stacking in. That is the power of Stream of Corruption. You can see how much damage it just did to these guys. Disgusting amount of damage on them. Cold One Knights and the Dark Elves are dominating this high ground objective, and the Dark Shards are getting some pretty damn good value. Starting to rack up. As they fire in some more volleys, they'll probably pay for themselves. They're pretty cheap. They're 550 gold, I think. Maybe 600. I think the shields are 600 and the regular 550. But having the shields is always very nice. This is a very good option, especially considering pink horrors are, you know, pretty prevalent in Demons of Chaos rosters. Now, these are Exalteds, which is a very interesting choice. I actually really like the Exalted pink horrors. They're pretty good in melee combat, all things considered. They fire a little bit quicker than regular pink horrors also. And they are just, you know, pretty powerful units. They are quite capable at providing you good value. As long as you can keep them from getting run over by, you know, stuff that's good at doing damage to them. Like Witch Elves would be really good against them. You can get good damage on Witch Elves as they run in, but if you've got like a Charybdis on top of you and these guys are locked down and then Witch Elves get on top of your Exalted Pinks, you can kiss those guys goodbye. But Doc is doing a pretty good job here. They took a lot of damage from the Dark Shards, but the Dark Shards have been getting worn down by the Streams of Corruption. Pretty good value on the Herald. And it's actually pretty awesome to see this Herald. Fecundity going down, giving big heals to all the Demons of Chaos units here. Coldwood Knights have gotten some pretty good value up to this point, but they're fighting the absolute worst targets right now. Plague Drones are on the back of them. There's Exalted Bloodletters, and Exalted Bloodletters are really good even against Coldwood Knights, because of the good stats. Crazy high AP weapon strength, really good melee attack. Decent melee defense and Phys Res means the Coldwood Knights do not trade well into them. Malice, the Master trying to kill this Beast of Nurgle. Just going to be a very slow, arduous process, because this thing does have regen, and they don't have fire damage, so they're not getting any extra attacks, and they also don't have magical attacks either. So just a lot of mitigation going on there, and a lot of inefficiency as well. Plague Drones hounding down the Dark Shards. Dark Shards proving just how squishy they are. They're not bad, they can certainly get you great value, and, you know, they've kind of paid for themselves, but the problem, if you're going to bring a missile line like this, you really got to commit to protecting them, and there just isn't enough protection on the field. Like, this Charybdis is just a bizarre choice. Like, I honestly don't hate maybe having it in reserve. I mean, it's certainly cool, and it can do really well, but it's just fighting wildly inefficient targets over here. It's an anti-large monster fighting infantry right now. You can see how much damage it's taken as well, just being poked down by the Exalted Pinks. Just because it's got really low melee defense. Charybdis is a monster that you bring in a handful of matchups to maybe gamble that your opponent is going to get caught and ripped apart by it. You're better off with a Hydra if you want something that's going to go in and grind against infantry. Plague Drones do go down. Witch Elves finally coming out. Witch Elves would have been much better much earlier, in my opinion. They just do so much damage. They are so juicy, man. I mean, they just absolutely rip everything apart. One of the most cost-efficient anti-infantry pieces in the game. They would have been perfect for clearing out all these Nurglings earlier, and then the Dread Spears would be a little bit healthier to sit and hold later, but, you know, if even after clearing off these Nurglings, the Witch Elves are going to have a hard time moving off of the #1, because then the Demons of Chaos just move right back onto the objective. They're going to struggle against Exalted Plague Bears. Exalted Plague Bears doing pretty decently so far. Look at the Bloodletters, dude. 1,800 value on these guys, 288 kills. They just go all day, and they're just so nasty. And the Exalted Pinks are just hanging in, dude. Like, look at the value on them. They've both almost paid for themselves here. Pox Riders are coming out to support them now. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows are struggling, man. They're struggling to provide good value. The Charybdis is just big sad. Big sad down here. I don't know what's wrong with that monster. It's just not very good. And the Beast of Nurgle, despite fighting two really good duelist characters, is just over here hanging in. Providing a lot of debuffing against these guys. It's immune to flanking, you know, -5 melee attack, and it can be kind of hard to kill. Just by virtue of being a big, ugly monster, you know. Finally is going to get taken out here. And didn't provide a tremendous amount of value, but occupied a lot of attention from both of these heroes. And just making it a living hell for the Dark Elves, hanging on to the #1 objective, which they don't even control. They're still trying to wrestle control away there. #3 objective secured fully by the Demons of Chaos, and this game is Ogre. It's all Ogre now, folks. Good stream of corruption. Witch Elves, as you can see here, they're doing pretty well. Getting some nice value, but they're not going to be able to win this fight just by sheer weight of numbers. Doc can kind of afford to just grind in here and just waste the Dark Elves' time. As long as these units are over here for the Demons of Chaos, they can't really leave. They do finally push up to the number 2. There are Cold One Knights. Maybe there's a chance for a little bit of a turnaround. Not 100% sure. A Great Unclean One summon. What the hell? Great Unclean One coming out, which is a very odd choice. Another really fun monster. Unfortunately, one that's a little lackluster in some regards. It would be better if it just had more uses out of its bound abilities. I don't know why they are so hesitant to give units like this more uses out of their bound stuff. But CA was really reluctant to do that, and I think it would make all the difference in the world for Great Unclean Ones. And, like, Doomfire Warlocks and stuff. Doomfire Warlocks did finally get the opportunity to have more uses on their bound spells. And they are a little better as a result. But, I don't know. CA's got some interesting balancing priorities at times. You don't want to let SEs just dominate the meta. But, you know, some SCs are a little bit less ridiculous than others, and units like the Great Unclean One could definitely stand to be a little bit more impactful in the areas that they actually are on the battlefield. I said this game was over, but the Dark Elves are pushing back in here. They are losing this objective. They can't lose the number 2 either. Witch Elves, are they going to be able to grind through all this and take this objective? Probably. You can see how well they're doing. Do they have Witch Brew? They have to. You have to use Witch Brew on Witch Elves. That makes all the difference in the world for their actual potential and killing capabilities. We're going to slow it down here. It is a razor-close game suddenly. But it looks like the Seekers were able to fight off both of these Cold One Knights. Got pretty good value. Could have done a little bit better. Do the Witch Elves still have Witch Brew? That's a big lapse in micro. Like Witch Elves without it are still really strong, but Witch Brew gives them a big boost to their killing power, and especially when they're in like half health situations like this, can make all the difference for whether they win another fight or not. The Dark Elves need to be winning these fights, which they're really just not able to do. They do get fully pushed off in the number 1. It's triple cap territory, and the Demons of Chaos are going to take this game, but, you know, the Dark Elves did a pretty good job of scrapping back into this. They just unfortunately lost a little too much in the early game. Charybdis was a very inefficient summon. It would have been really good against the Great Unclean One. That's why, you know, keeping it in the back pocket might not be a bad idea, but being like one of the first summons out on the field was just not it. You'd be better off bringing multiple Witch Elves out and using those to, you know, do damage to the Nurglings and really securing an objective for yourself. Would have given you a little bit of forward momentum that was desperately needed by the Elves there, because they were just a little bit on the back foot the whole game. Great Unclean One got its value back, which is impressive. Malice did okay, Master did alright. We've got Dread Spears doing some damage. 2100 on this Dark Shard, which is pretty impressive, but just wasn't able to carry. Witch Elves did okay. Sisters of Slaughter were on the field. I didn't even see where they were fighting, but they only got 500 value. And I don't really like bringing them in against Doc, because Sisters of Slaughter have really low armor. They're very reliant on physical resistance to keep themselves healthy. And, I mean, there's, you know, magic damage on every unit in this army, so not the best. Just regular old Witch Elves are a better option. Because these Sisters are more of a an anvil unit. Witch Elves are designed to get in and actually kill stuff, and they do it really well, even if they are not in, like, the most ideal circumstance going up against demons. They still trade very efficiently. Alright. let's get some Dowie versus Mucione action going here. Very heavy metal dwarf build. We got the High King, we've got Garagrim, Ekron's Miners, some Longbeards, Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Slayers, an Ironbreaker, and 2 Iron Drakes, one of each variant, Flamethrower and a Trollhammer Torpedo, which is pretty fun. Iron Drakes with the Flamethrowers they do a lot of damage. It's just a matter of keeping them safe and utilizing them when their range is so short. That is the tricky pickle with those guys, but I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Helm's Deep type of Dowie opener, where they just push onto one objective, hang out there, try and get damage with the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes, and force the vampire counts to come to them.
Take up your axes and seek glory in death.
Seek glory in death, folks. Never forget. But I'm a little worried about just how small this dwarf army is. You don't need to go elite against the vampire counts all the time. Some factions do want to go elite. Dowie probably do want to go a little wider, just because they're, like, you bring Longbeards and stuff, and that's fine. But just standard dwarf warriors will beat down zombies and skeleton warriors all day. Much more, even trade for you than it is for the vampires. Just because skeleton warriors are 300 gold, zombies are 100 gold. Zombies don't even do 100 gold's worth of damage to dwarf warriors. And you can hang on to objectives a lot better with Dowie units than you can with the vampire count forces. Gyrocopters with the brimstone guns coming out, getting a little bit of damage. Good Iron Drake fire there. Actually does quite a bit of damage to those Fellbats. Fellbats taking a bunch of work. Flamethrowers turning about and roasting these Fellbats. Big damage, breaking leadership, crumbling now. Probably need to get don't let the gyrocopters take any extra damage though. Don't want to lose models on these guys, and they actually kind of get hammered by the friendly fire, I think. That's a little unlucky. But Fellbats do go down. That is a win overall for the dwarves. Should be able to roast down some direwolves also. And just being able to fly around and shoot at zombies and stuff is awesome. Master Necromancer can fight gyros. Gyros are really terrible in combat, so he can actually kill models off of these guys. Ironbreakers, big damage on the direwolves. Ironbreakers will be able to waddle right into the middle of all this monstrous, unholy abomination shenanigans stuff going on here, and be just fine. They've got crazy armor values. They're very stalwart, so they shouldn't take too much damage fighting in here. Garagrim needs to be very careful. Garagrim has no armor. Could definitely take some disgusting punishment, even from basic zombies and skeletons. White Kings are also going to be really good against him. He has got to get out of there. This is not a position he wants to be in. He's going to lose this fight to the White Kings. You can see already, he's taken some pretty serious damage. And the issue is that even if he is doing damage in return, there is healing on the vampire count side, and there is not healing for the dwarves. So he's going to lose that over the course of a long game. Vampires need to move up onto this objective completely with everything here. And they need the corpse carts to come in and start providing some of the healing to the White Kings and such. Forix a little slow on the draw in that regard, and the Iron Drakes are just roasting down the zombie summon. Maybe not the best use of their time, certainly not the worst. They can definitely turn attention to the skeleton warriors in a moment as well. Trollhammer torpedoes moving up Ekron's Miners with the Longbeards hanging on to the number 1. And the Ironbreakers doing their thing, man. They're just hanging in there. It's going to take forever to get worn down. You need a Mortis engine, really, to break down Ironbreakers for the vampire counts. Graveguard are not terrible against Ironbreakers, but their stats aren't quite good enough to be able to get through the ridiculous melee defense these guys have. And they're actually getting, I forget that they get magic attacks from old Thorgrim here. Garagrim is doing okay. He's a little bit buffered away from the White Kings right now. There are Graveguard hanging around in here, and the Slayers are fighting Graveguard, which isn't great for them. Good summons just clogging up the works here. So many zombies swarming over the Dowie here. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass hanging in here. They're doing some pretty good work. Trollhammer Torpedoes a little isolated. Oh, a Flame Cannon coming out. Does actually do a little bit of damage to these Fellbats, helping to peel for the Trollhammer Torpedoes, and I missed this Grudge Thrower. Grudge Thrower's getting some pretty good value too. The Ekron's Miners get a nice volley off there, but the Crypt Horrors coming in full force, going to start wrecking these poor miners. Definitely need to get out of there. Longbeard should come forward and buffer for these guys. And then the Ekron Miners can like sit up here, and they can maybe get a good volley off to peel the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass and the Iron Drakes with the Flamethrowers. It'd be a pretty nice spot for the Dowie to be in. Direwolves getting into the backfield, getting on the Trollhammer Torpedoes, who shouldn't have to worry too much about that. They can probably beat a Direwolf unit, just because of their armor, and, you know, they're not, like, the worst unit ever. For a ranged unit, they at least have 27 melee defense, and Direwolves are going to have a hard time getting through all of that, so... A little bit of support from the Brimstone guns is definitely going to help finish off those Direwolves. More miners coming up. Long-drawn Slayer Pirates making an appearance finally. And Garagrim beating the ever-loving hell out of this Corpse Cart right now. Oath of Vengeance has been popped on the Corpse Cart here. The Corpse Cart has not been giving any healing to the Graveguard or zombies, really. They're too far out of combat. They have a very short radius of effect. You can see the Graveguard are like skirting on the edge of this, and they're barely within range of it. And I don't know, man, how are the invos going down, and just the punishment that the Dowie are visiting onto the vampire counts right now is absolutely brutal. They do not have an answer currently for the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes. The Grudge Thrower has been doing big damage. The Flame Cannon is starting to rack up some good value too. No answer for the Iron Breakers, Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates. Getting within range of their Lord. And just persevering through all of this. Look at the stats on these guys. 61 melee attack on the Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates. Garagrim buffed up into the stratosphere as well. Starting to get some good value on him. And beating down the Corpse Carts is a mistake from the Vampire counts they just can't afford, man. You have to keep Corpse Carts around to give you just ridiculous amounts of healing for you to be able to survive when there is a deficit this bad. You can be winning as Vampire counts and be down 2,000 something value. We saw it earlier in this tournament even, but I think in this scenario, it's a very, very different position for the Vampire counts, because that game where they broke down the Warriors of Chaos and were able to win that, the White Kings and the Corpse Carts were alive. In this circumstance, it's the zombies and chaff that are alive, and the White Kings and the Corpse Carts are all dead. And against the Dwarves, you're not going to be able to outgrind them in the infantry game. Their armored Dwarf Warriors are just better than anything that you can throw out on the field, really. And the stuff that you can use to counter them has already been killed. The Graveguard Great Weapons went down in droves. They're all gone. Crypt Horrors are decent, but they're fighting a little too much over here. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass also have fire attack, so they're doing a little extra poke against the Crypt Horrors. Without buffering here, it's a very inefficient fight for Crypt Horrors. They can take it, but when you're down this much, you need them to be doing more than they currently are. Man, oh man, the Dowie just holding resiliently, but they are at a ticket deficit. They need to secure double cap here sooner rather than later. Flame Cannon obviously took some damage back here. Looks like Direwolves got on top of them, did a bunch of work. The remainder of them unsummoned. Direwolves looking to get back and maybe kill the Grudge Thrower crew. 1,200 value on the Grudge Thrower is real nice. Shooting at the Konigstein Stalkers. There's more Crypt Horrors out. Are the Dowie gonna lose this game? God, they're doing so well in the value trading, but it just seems like they're not really able to secure the objectives quick enough. But we do have Slayers coming out. Slayers should be able to beat down the zombies and skeleton warriors quickly enough that they should be able to secure this number 3 objective. I would be sending them here. I would not worry about the middle objective. You're slowly capping this up. And the pressure on your Trollhammer torpedoes and other such stuff is slowly being worn down by your sustainability. As long as you can take this and take the number 3 and just secure a triple cap for just a minute, you should be in a really nice spot, because I believe it's triple cap territory. I don't really remember what all the breakpoints are, but I believe 750 and 1250 is the critical time for knowing what is and isn't a triple cap situation. So if that's the case, maybe the dwarves are okay here. I think they're just within reach of being safe there. Gyrocopter's coming back out, and the Master Necromancer getting getting a little bit toasty. Not a very friendly neighborhood for him. He definitely doesn't want to be hanging out here any longer than he needs to be. Dropping yet another zombie summon. This zombie summon needed to come in sooner. It would have just been nice to have some buffering for these crypt horrors, because you can see how long it's been since they've had support. Just in the fact that one of them has crumbled away, the other one is pretty low also. And they've done pretty appreciable damage to both of these Dowie units, but they're not winning this fight. And if they had the zombie summon earlier, they wouldn't have been taking so much damage. They probably would be winning this fight a little bit harder. Slayers are out. Slayers are getting worn down, but they are hanging in there. These Iron Breakers have just been tanking it like champs. Slayers ripping apart these Crypt Horrors. I'd move up to take the number 3, because the Vampires are just on the complete back foot here now. They really don't have much of anything outside of the Sternsmen and these Crypt Horrors to do any damage. Just start moving a couple of warriors or something over here, and you can pressure out the number 3, and just guarantee that you don't even have to worry about tickets anymore. But persevering through the this fight in the middle isn't a bad idea either. Yeah, we're safe for the Dowie. The Dowie do have the double cap win here. It is, like, decently close, but they're going to surpass the vampire counts over the course of the remainder of this game. We're probably going to just fast forward through the remainder of this really good Dowie play. Not letting himself be completely pushed off of objectives, doing a really good job of supporting the Iron Drakes and the Flamethrowers. Getting decent value out of those guys. We've got some Bugman's Rangers just laying waste to whatever remains out here. And Thorgrim and Garagrim actually really putting in the good work, man. Doing what they needed to do. Graveguard with great weapons would beat Ekron's Miners very handily. But not with Garagrim lending support, and not with the fire support that is also coming down and helping do damage to these Graveguard here. Fellbats just continuing to be sent to their ruin and doom. 750 value on those guys. They've been summoned in a couple of times, so they're, like, doing alright. Could be worse. Flame Cannon actually friendly firing the Bugman's Rangers a little bit here. Direwolves aren't a great fight for them, because these guys don't have great armor, but they're okay. You might as well just leave them to fight and do what they can there, and then push up, like, you know, something to rear charge the Hounds. Which would be a better bet for you. Gyros did get saved. Fellbats getting roasted, flying around overhead and not being sent into a fight to keep them alive and healthy. Zombies dying, Graveguard dying, Dire Pack dying. Everything is dying. Dying times 2, honestly. Dying squared, if you really think about it. I mean, these are undead units after all. They're already dead once. They got killed once again by the dwarves, and some of these guys are coming out for a 3rd time just to get massacred. You know? Just absolute carnage, dude. Look how many crypt horrors are dead over here. Just brutal stuff. All these poor Hulks. They weren't able to stay mean and green long enough to win the game here. Actually, the Dowie are not... Oh my god, no. Don't let it happen. Dowie are going to lose because they aren't securing the number 3 objective right now. They are moving up Warriors. I thought they were fine. Did the Vampire Counts flip that middle objective and I just wasn't paying attention? Or am I really that bad at math? Like, I know I'm a history major, but give me a break. Seriously. I can't be that bad at basic algebra. But it looks like the Dowie are going to save themselves, just barely capping this objective up. Now we can confidently fast forward through the remainder of this. Quarrelers firing on Graveguard. Dowie getting plenty of cap weight in here. Corpse Cart coming up. Corpse Carts just didn't provide, like, any healing value. Like, you know, they're never going to actually, like, do anything in terms of combat. And it's going to be a little bit of an invisible stat, but I didn't see the Corpse Carts getting piled into situations where they were providing much of their support. Really well played from the Dowie, though. Very GG. Nicely done. Garrigram was a great choice. I was a little surprised. The White Kings just couldn't stay on top of him. And being paired up with Thorgrim, obviously, is a pretty nice situation for him. Yeah, look at those Slayers. 1,700 on those guys. 13 on these Bugmans. Long Drongs, not quite paying for themselves. They just kind of ran into combat. Not the best situation. They really need to fire all their pistol shots before they go into melee. They're just so vulnerable in melee combat. They never trade well in melee combat. Gyros did great. Grudge Thrower did great. Flame Cannon did pretty damn good itself. And we just didn't have enough value here, you know. What would I change about this build? I don't know if there's much of anything I would change. I would just try and have some Vargeists mixed in here. Vargeists are so good against Dowie, being able to get in the backfield for free, flying overhead. They can chase down gyros if they really need to, but they can also obliterate Iron Drake, Trollhammer torpedoes, and the flamethrower variants. They're good at rear charging Dowie infantry and breaking them down that way. Crypt Horrors are more of an anvil unit. They don't really have like pure DPS capability, but the Vargeists do, and you really do need some against dwarves, I think. Not that many, probably just 1 or 2. You can probably cut 1 Crypt Horror here. I don't think Varix Reavers are a very good option against the dwarves. Varix Reavers are a better unit than people might give them credit for, but Dowie just have too much armor. And even though these guys will do good shock damage to Slayers, I don't really think it's worth it. Dowie players have kind of figured out that Slayers are a utility piece and don't just bring maximum numbers of them anymore. So you need to kind of account for that again. Used to be that you would just see tons of Slayers, and if you had the right units, you could just flatten them and laugh all the way to the bank. Alright, so we've seen all these. Let's see what else we've got. I don't think we need to see this. It's going to be a very sad day. More... This is a different Dowie. Man, Madon, you fought all of the freaking vampire counts today, didn't you, dude? That's crazy. I can't believe you actually were rolling them as well. Just like the... Look, Great Unclean Ones are low-key pretty good. They do pretty good damage. Oh, Black Coaches are also really good against Dowie. Black Coach is much better than it used to be, guys. Y'all should check it out as a unit. It's low-key an excellent tool against any of the dwarf factions, but also against demons, I think they can do some really good work. They can kind of run over a lot of the demonic infantry and get away scot-free, because they got pretty good mass now. They've got some really good passives that charge up as they get kills. I'll actually go show this off. Vampire Counts used to be they were the only faction I played back in Warhammer 2. I didn't really enjoy land battles. I still don't really. Domination is very much my speed and preference. And I think black coaches are actually really good in domination mode. You can support these undead chariots very easily with invos and other magic, just to keep them healthy and supported. You can send them back to heal on corpse carts, which is pretty underrated. You know, corpse carts don't give a ton of healing, but any little bit helps. And, you know, you can stack it with the... did have the Master Necromancer, and the Master Necromancer also passively heals with Master of the Dead. So you can, like, pile up all of the healing abilities on top of one another, and when the black coaches get a little low, and if there's an opportunity, you can send them back for very passive healing. And then if you really need them to just continue rampaging around, pop invos on these guys, and they'll just keep going forever. Once Black Nimbus is up to full effect, these things are unstoppable. Unholy Vigor and the Black Scythe's also really good. Flaming attacks and magical attacks. Bonkers weapon strength. Not quite as good as the Blood Thrones of Khorne, but, you know, Khorne Blood Thrones struggle in a way that Black Coaches don't. Black Coaches have more mass. Their leadership's not as big of a deal, being low, since they're undead and they don't crumble the same way that demons do. You can actually survive undead crumbling. Once Blood Shrine starts crumbling, it's dead. There's no saving it. Black Coaches, not so much. Great charge bonus, too. And, man, I swear by these things. Try them out, guys. Really good against Dowie, really good against demons, too. But they're very micro-intensive, so take that for what it's worth. You have to be all over your charges in order to get the most out of them. Darth Taco versus the Dragon of 10 Heads. This is the build that I was a little skeptical of from the Demons of Chaos. I see the idea. I think it's just a little too thin on the ground to really accomplish anything. This is a pretty hard matchup for the demons, in my opinion. What else just have so much good magic damage? We got some pretty damn good lords. Sisters of Twilight are going to absolutely feast on this Herald of Nurgle if it is not careful, because their missiles are pretty strong. They should be able to do some pretty good damage to this guy. Doesn't have a ton of HP on him either. And then you've also got the Eagle Quiver is here. Eagle Quiver should be able to do some good effective damage as well. Then just getting into melee combat and using the magical attacks to beat up on the Herald is a good idea too. Demonettes against Dryads. I actually don't know who wins the one-on-one. I would actually imagine Dryads. I mean, Dryads, I very much believe, do uptrade. But even if they don't outright win, they should be able to do just enough to be able to keep this objective secure for the Wood Elves. Demonettes on the number 1. Number 3 is being secured by the forces of the Wood Elves. We've got some Swift Shiver Shards, Hagbane Tips out here. The Sisters of Twilight rolling around. And doing some pretty good work. They're poking down the Herald. Herald is not having a very good time. And there goes one Demonette. Another Demonette does come out. The Noxbringer is way too far back. Having said that, though, it actually lands a beautiful shot on these Eternal Guard and does a ton of damage. But Darth Taco is up a lot of value right now. Some of that is focused in on the Herald, but one Demonette down. Doing some damage to these Nurglings over here. And setting himself up for a pretty dominant performance here, it looks like. Exalted Pink Horrors are getting charged down. They should be able to hold in there decently enough. Sisters probably just want to get into melee against that guy, you know? I mean, why not? He's just sitting here. It's pretty exposed. Wild Hunches of Kurnus flattening the Demonettes here. They don't want to stay in combat here. It's not a great fight for them, because these guys are reliant on Phys Res. They don't have a lot of armor. And Demonettes are just an annoying unit. They just do a lot of damage. And you can see, like, Wild Hunches of Kurnus struggling a little bit just to finish them off and stay, like, fully healthy. Spellsinger should definitely go drop a regrowth on these guys. They've got 42 models left. They'll be able to take quite a bit of healing if that's on the table for the Wood Elves right now, which it really should be. It should be a priority. Although actually, this is where the heals are going down right now. Sisters of Twilight took a bunch of damage from Furies. Seriously, Furies did that much damage? So the Sisters? That's pretty disgusting. Exalted Pinks hanging in there, fighting Dryads. Dryads getting piled in on by Demonettes back here. Wood Elves need to prioritize killing these Exalted Pinks. You don't want to leave these guys around, and they're very healthy. And look at the value they've gotten, actually. They're up to about 500 value, and they're going to reach in those shields, which are pretty beefy. They might be able to close the gap with the Starfire Shafts and be able to do some good work against them, but Herald needs to stay alive if any of that is going to end up becoming the case. And man, oh man, you got to heal these Wild Hunters, dude. You can't leave an expensive unit like this to get shot at by artillery. You just can't let it happen. Absolutely not. Nice big X there. You should just pull these guys back. Forgo capping it right now. You killed the unit that was on it, and then just push up something out of the Vanguard that's much cheaper. Because the Wild Hunches of Kurnus, all the time that they're over here, they're getting shot, they're dying, they're not getting any value. They could have moved over here to help push these Exalted Pink Horrors. So, a little bit of inefficient play there, in my opinion. Firebark Elders locking down the number 3. Not a bad unit to have, honestly.
No, the enemy has slain our
And
Lord.
there goes the poor Herald, man. Herald of Nurgle dead. That's going to be a big loss for the Demons of Chaos. I'm not sure what they're going to do about that. It's going to be pretty tough for them. Spellsinger of Life actually helping to crumble out the Seekers back there. And supporting the Gladeguard Starfire Shafts, who have gotten great value, man. 1,100 and 1,200, more than paying for themselves. Soporific Breath, oh my goodness, just wrecking the Frolickers Bubonic. Big value on that breath attack. That is a very annoying unit. It's actually crumbling them, which is big, because these guys heal and have melee damage reflection, which is, you know, pretty annoying, because it's, you know, chipping health off of these units as they're fighting. So being able to shut them out like that with the Sisters is pretty great. Now they're just going to sit over the Noctbringer and camp it out. Doing some pretty big damage to it. Sundering its armor. I forget that they have armor sundering on their missile, which is pretty good. Just makes them all the more effective. You can see it's not the best damage from each shot, but it's just steady, consistent pressure that you really can't do much about. Sisters are very difficult to kill because of Conjoined Destiny. You've got a 30-second period once they go below 20% to finish them. If you don't, then you are going to cry and basically lose the game. Because it's a 25% heal, and it procs each time they get below, and there's no cooldown on it. So, they're tough cookies. Much tougher than I think people give them full credit for. Wood Elves are up big in value, but struggling to lock this game down, and they really don't want to be playing any games with the demons here. One Exalted Pink Horror is left. Looks like these Sisters are doing a little bit of damage to those guys. Furies do get on top of them again. They actually are doing a lot of damage to him. Oh my god. Yeah, Furies, man, with the DPS, very nice. And I guess the Sisters don't have the best melee defense in the world. And their armor is also low, so I guess that's really what the punishing bit against them is. You know, I mean, it's nice doing all this damage to them, but as I said, it's not going to be very efficient or effective damage. Honestly, in my opinion, you're better off ignoring the Sisters of Twilight as much as possible.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Like, having a Lord that you can send in just to occupy the breath attacks and keep those from just completely obliterating you is awesome. But they are a flying dragon type character. And if you can win the ground fight hard enough, then you don't even care if they're around in the late game. Because they can't provide cap weight, they run out of ammo, they run out of breath attacks, and then they're just a regular, like, dragon unit, which is awesome and great, but then it actually has to land to do any damage, and that's when you can pounce on them and do good work against them. Just sending Furies in time and again against them is, you know, not great, because here you go, like, you've got them below 20%, then they just run away, Conjoined Destiny goes off on them, and they're just laughing at you as they fly around, bait you into bad positions, and there it goes again. Boom. Now they're healing capped. They just have to get it twice, and they've healed up fully both times. 3,300 value on them. Demons, losing a lot of momentum, somehow holding on to multiple objectives. Wood Elves are playing with their food way too much here. Darth Taco needs to just, like, lock in and finish off the demons here, because they got, like, nothing on the field.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Alright, good job shutting down those Furies and everything. Finally get a regrowth off on Wild Hunches of Kurnus, you know, which is good. You know, you want to get as much use out of them while they're on the field as possible. They are always going to be a high priority target. That first summon of them, they got some pretty good damage done early, but then they just got shot to death. So I'd just like to see a little bit cleaner, like, play from the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are all about being able to pressure your opponent into making mistakes. And there was a little bit of that, but just not as aggressive as I would like to see them be played. Really well done by the Demons of Chaos player. Coming in here with a pretty inefficient build and kind of sticking in with it there. I think you should just... I think if you brought some other stuff instead. I think Skull Cannons are pretty important against the Wood Elves. They've got a lot of armor. They're pretty annoying to deal with for the Wood Elves because they outrange everything you have just about. And outside of the Sisters of Twilight, who are your only tool for answering that, you know, you're in a pretty tricky pickle. And if you bring double Skull Cannon, you can bring a you can bring, like, Red Olgor. I actually think Red Olgor might be pretty decent against Wood Elves. Let's actually go check him out, because I believe he's got a shield. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Oh, he doesn't have a shield, so I would forget about bringing him. Caress is pretty decent. You probably don't want a super expensive Lord. Exalted Lord... Pink Fire would be really good. Would be able to go Fisticuffs with the Dragon, okay. You can use Blue Fire to also pressure down mobility that the Wood Elves have. And can't be that much more than the Herald. See, the thing about bringing the Herald with Demons of Chaos is that you charge your army abilities for Demons of Chaos via the Lords doing damage, and Herald is just not going to do a lot of damage. So you're not going to get a lot of army abilities. That's not super important as Demons of Chaos, but it is something that you need to keep in mind. And I think against Wood Elves, getting those very powerful army abilities randomly is actually pretty important. You know what might actually be good is the Herald on the Blood Throne. With Tormentor Sword also, just to, like, you know, lock stuff in place and punish it, probably wouldn't be a bad idea. You could go for like a really wacky rush build. Demonettes I do like. I think Demonettes are better in reserve. Blue Horrors wouldn't be terrible. The issue is that you have to close with the Wood Elves before they shoot you to death, and that is never a guarantee. So I think maybe just a ton of Pink Horrors honestly wouldn't even be that troll of a pick. And then you can bring like a super cheap caster. Just to like pop some heals or pink fires to do some damage from like an iridescent horror or something. These guys are kind of annoying to shoot. They move a little funky on the ground, so they can probably avoid the worst of any damage that's coming their way. Damage resistance isn't bad. You can always just do a very like classic Exalted Lord build like I was just talking about, though. You just need a Combat Lord to get your army abilities off, I think. Alright, just talking with Adam. He was commenting on some of the units that he was going up against in the finals, which ended up being pretty, or in the semifinals, which ended up being pretty brutal for him, but he did a pretty good job of scrapping in there against Slanesh. Slanesh is really crazy. The Blue Scribes are honestly not bad. I think people give a very bad rap to them. Like, they are kind of a joke unit, but just the fact that they can get any spell in the game, there are times where they will absolutely obliterate whatever they're going up against. It's pretty hilarious. I've seen them come in and just auto-delete units and win the game single-handedly, but then by the same token, there are times where they get absolutely nothing in their spell pool and they just, you know, suck, and then you cry because you've gotten no value out of them. Don't feel bad about that. Like, the Wood Elves are a tough matchup for Demons of Chaos no matter what. It's not easy. Like, you don't get any anything for free there. But Double Skull Cannon lets you pressure from really long range there. You can do some pretty good work, and then you can just kind of like focus up and bring in Pink Horrors who can counter shoot as best they can. Try and value trade as much as possible. You can push up Bloodletters, Demonettes. Seekers are always a really good option. Fleshhounds aren't bad either. They're very good against Wood Elves. They're a unit that I rely on playing as Khorne against Wood Elves. You have to be very careful with them, though. They can be a little squishy, but they can also get you crazy good value. They do a very good job of shutting down Glade Riders and stuff as well. Oh my god. Okay. Do we have time for one more? We did watch this one, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. Mars and Bowl. I do want to watch that one at some point. I'm probably, you know, I'm probably going to call it here. I'll cast any of the remaining games that, like, really interest me. I'm going to go through and just make sure. I want to give everybody an opportunity to have one of their games cast. I don't think there's anybody that I'm forgetting about. Because we've done most of these already. We did this one. Yeah, I'll go through the last couple. I'll probably cast, like, one or two of them, just depending on how good they are. And I'll catch y'all around next time. I'm gonna go eat, chill, and work on writing out my script, because I'm working on trying a new video like format. I really want to just do like a corn build series. Watch the finals. Okay, Bull, if you want me to go over the finals and give you some advice, sure, I can do that. I imagine you were pretty busy playing the match itself. But I mean, I do like the army that you've got. The biggest thing that I had to say that was not very positive about your build was the Warhounds. Warhounds are pretty terrible against Slaanesh. They just don't do enough damage. They have terrible leadership, and they just feed army abilities to Slaanesh. And army abilities really messed you up a couple of times here in this match. So I would forgo any Warhounds of any kind. You're better off bringing a Chaos Knight, honestly. You have to have mobility against Slaanesh, but you can't bring cheap mobility and expect it to do something. It's very much a quality over quantity type deal, in my opinion. Or quality over quantity. I don't know if I said it the other way or not. But regardless, no Warhounds. Warhounds bad. Very bad. Very bad against Slaanesh. Because the other thing they do is they charge up Soul Hunters. Like, Hellstriders just flatten Hounds on the charge, and then they laugh as they get stronger. And then the second summon around, after Hellstriders have killed a couple of Hounds, they're just going to be even more dominant than they already were. That's the big issue there. So, you cap the number 1 really quickly, which is awesome. Very good choice. Moving over to the number 2 to try and skirmish some of the Slaanesh mobility is a very good call. You know, I like that you're bringing all the Horsemen. Horsemen are very good in this matchup. Definitely units that you want. You did a good job of responding to the Pavane here, keeping all your remaining Horsemen around so that you can you know, fire the javelins in and get a little bit of value back. I mean, it just is so unfortunate that Slaanesh is just able to immediately kill units, like, right off the bat. And, also another thing you didn't have that I would have really liked to see. Burning Head. Burning Head is a great spell, and it's great against Slaanesh. But your front line is going to do pretty well against his. You know, lots of people bring the Marauder Hordes. And if they don't bring Marauder Hordes, then Searing Doom is going to be better. Because you'll be able to actually punish the warriors. And Searing Doom is also better because it does tons of damage to clumped up cavalry. Even against Fiends. If Fiends are clumped up, it'll also do good damage to them. I think you would have been better off with Searing Doom. It's cheaper. It does a ton of damage, an absolute metric load. And you would, you'd be able to punish the Hellstriders for blobbing up, because Pinchy did that a lot in this game. And your front line was, like, okay. It lost, ultimately. That's just because he had the weight of numbers. But you can break down all of the Marauders over time with summons in. The thing that you have to be able to control is the mobility game. Searing Doom would give you a little bit of a better opportunity. It casts really quickly as well, so it's hard to react to. And if you actually do land it square on a cavalry unit that's, like, fighting somewhere, you can almost one-shot it. Especially Hellstriders who have low armor will take the full damage from it. Good skirmishing here. Doing a very good job of, like, layering your units. The Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, I understand the idea behind bringing those in, but I'm not super sold on them under any circumstance being brought. Just because you're better served trying to kill elite Slaaneshi units with magic than you are trying to fight them in combat. Because blobbing up on a Chaos Warrior, or just having these guys out on the field and being as slow as they are, they're just hard to protect because they can't get away from anything. They get rear charged by stuff, and they just lose all their leadership. There's acquiescence, which makes them much weaker than they otherwise normally are. It's a very tough proposition to make slow, elite, heavily armored stuff work against Slaanesh. Forsaken have done a really good job of cleaning up out here, but the second these Demonettes came out, you should have turned these Forsaken around and just charged down the Demonettes. Because you let them get a rear charge onto the Forsaken over here, and the Forsaken just get obliterated. And that's a big loss for you. You need to be able to trade as best you can against the Marauder hordes, and give your mobility time to win their engagements, and develop out enough that you can respond to Slaanesh before they can just crush you. You know, because I think the ultimate issue here was that your mobile game, you did a good job of trading early, but you didn't win the infantry fight, and you didn't trade evenly enough in the infantry fight. And if you had been able to just, like, focus in on the mobility game longer, and stay with it, and stay after all of these Hellstriders, and just be able to develop out, like, a Chaos Knight of Tzeentch or something that can just run over Hellstriders and not have to worry about it all that much. And the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch can also run over Demonettes and just absolutely bully them. More Forsaken is never a bad idea. They're also really good at just being able to get around the battlefield with their good speed. Because what do they have? They've got like 46 foot speed, I think. Doesn't help that they all got deleted here. We'll check these guys out. So yeah, 46 foot speed is pretty nice. They can respond around the field much better than Marauders. Certainly much better than these Chaos Warrior Great Weapons. And these guys were doing pretty good, but now they're just in a terrible situation, getting run over by Seekers. And there's just nothing to protect them, and they're just feeding value now. Warhounds, you can see another problem with Warhounds is they can't fight Marauders. Slaanesh Marauders having, especially the Hell Scourges, having charge reflection. It's pretty painful. Kind of hard to rush these guys down. And Hounds are good for cap weight and very little else. So, I know you use them very well over here to take this objective, but you see there's Seekers out on the field here. 2 units of them. You've got all of these Blood Beasts also that you've got available, but you don't have any buffering for them outside of the Warhounds, and the Warhounds won't stick in long enough to buffer enough damage for the Blood Beasts to really overperform the way they need to in this scenario. You've got a good value lead. It's a little inflated just because Slaanesh has done a ton of damage to all of your infantry units while they're running. Sometimes it's not super well reflected in the value meter, and his broken up infantry, as damaged as they are, they're at least still out on the field in a usable state. You don't have any of that. All of your Forsaken are dead, all of your Marauders are dead. All you have is Hounds and some beat up Horsemen and Hellstriders. Healthy Seekers coming out, Hellstriders just swarming in. You're taking a fight a little too deep in your opponent's deployment zone, and he's just jumping all over you. Fascination went down, Pavane went down, got rid of the remaining Horsemen. This was a really good Burning Head. It does do a decent amount of damage, but if you had just dropped a Searing Doom in place where the Hellstriders were bunching up as they were trying to get on top of the Marauder Horsemen, you could have punished the blobbed up force that was there. And it would have done much more impactful damage than just going through and roasting out a few tattered, like, Hellstriders and, like, warriors here. You also got some Seekers. The Seekers were on the way out, too, though. And you have nothing to help all of this. It's a hard matchup. It's just really hard. Slaanesh is just so strong right now. Not sure if they really are overperforming because of some kind of bug or unintended effect from, like, devastating flanker, because it really does seem like Seekers are a little out of their mind right now. These Demonettes are doing pretty good also. Blood Beasts were surprisingly effective here, But herein is the doom of them, is if there's just Seekers and Hellstriders, like, screaming in from the flank, doesn't matter what you're fighting, just ignore it, just say screw it. You can leave, like, one unit here to occupy the Demonettes. You have to stop the charge with something that's going to be able to take it on the nose, because you don't want Devastating Flanker to be procced and to just immediately get your units dumpstered, like is gonna happen here to these poor blood beasts. Like, they've been doing a really good job of fighting up till this point. Then they get side charged, and then they're struggling, and suddenly they just don't have the sauce to hang in here and make it happen. You got a little unlucky with the Burning Head rotations too. Like, the Burning Heads just seem to be very averse to, like, getting you max value and, like, rotating through your opponent. Because it does, like, wobble, kind of, is the pathing of Burning Head, and it just seemed to kind of always be going the wrong direction at the very last moment. Forsaken doing a really good job of fighting against the Demonettes and the Marauders. You can see how efficient they are. They've got great weapon strength, really good melee attack, good leadership, very stalwart unit. They've also got, you know, the Crown of Domination, so they're immune to psychology here. This would have been your opportunity to get back in the game, but, you know, Pinchy is just not going to leave his Lord there to get killed by Archaon. Spirit Leech I do like. Just unfortunate that you're not able to, like, get after Azazel at any point. And this Fascination was disgusting. I mean, you wrecked this Hellstrider, and then he just popped Fascination and just took this unit down to half health. And this is a very important Hellstrider for you to try and get back into the game. And it going and just them just being wrecked, Narcissism being popped, Azazel and these Hellstriders just getting a free engage on them. Ow. Big ow. And you've got more Warhounds getting massacred over here. Not doing anything. I mean, they'd gotten, like, no value for you. And I believe these ones have been out one time already. So, if you want to look at it from a certain perspective, out of 2 summons and 800 gold you've spent on them, you've gotten a full fourth of their value back. A little bit less than a fourth, even. Which is incredibly inefficient. And, you know, they also, you know, they suffer from psychological effects, which includes fear. So that's a -8 malice to these guys who already only have 38 base value leadership. 30 leadership on a unit is nothing. I think you would have been better off bringing in swarms of Forsaken, or, you know, like a unit of Chaos Knights. I keep harping on it, but I really do think that that is one of the biggest reasons that you were struggling so much in the late game here, was Slaanesh just had army abilities for days after farming all these hounds. You weren't able to just, like, grind on objectives and hold on to them the way that you need to against Slaanesh. Because the mobility game that they can play into is just ridiculous. I mean, they just jump all over your neck on the number 3 objective, ignoring most of your army, which is on objective 3. They're able to just keep their devoted Marauders hanging in here forever, who are immune to psychology and would otherwise be terror routing to Archaon. Not going to happen with the passives that Slaanesh has access to. And now they're going to just be able to Unga Bunga onto you in the middle there, if they really want to. Now their Fascination goes down, Hounds get caught yet again, and they're going to get massacred and just deleted, which is really rough, you know. Once they start routing, it's a little bit more army ability that they're feeding to Slaanesh. Again, not paying for themselves and just getting pushed around and beaten up. And, you know, Archaon, very healthy. He's gotten really good value. It's just a bit of a shame that you just can't lock down any of these objectives. Your opponent was very snarky with that Narcissism, actually locking the Hellstriders down, stopping that cap up. That was insult to injury there. But yeah, Pinchy played a really clean game, and your build, I think, was just a little bit off. I do like the Rotting Riders. maybe you could focus on bringing them as your first summon out, because they're scary. They're definitely gonna deter your opponent from charging in recklessly, and anytime you can just give Slaanesh players that moment of hesitation is when you can jump back on them and put them on the back foot. These guys hit everything hard. They've got AP, they've got regen, they've got magical attacks. I've not seen them in action, so I can't attest to them being a good unit in this matchup, but I feel like they would be able to do a little bit to keep you in this game. But you can always cut them. And instead of... Let's go see. Ignore my build. Y'all don't want to know the strategy there. That's 1,200 gold. Trolls also very bad against Slaanesh. They just don't hang in there. They've got bad leadership. Acquiescence ruins their melee defense, and then they die, and you cry. And the armor on them is only good at mitigating damage from the Marauders and the Throwing Horsemen. Against Seekers, completely useless. So keep those guys out of your build. Blood Beasts are pretty good. I liked them. They were doing pretty good damage. So I think you can actually bring those guys. Where are the rotting? Oh yeah, they're 2,200 here. It's a lot of gold, like, locked in here with these units. I mean, 3,400 is no joke, and for all of that, you can get some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Magic damage is nice. The Overshield is amazing at being a good mitigator of Seeker damage. Like, you can take head-on fights with Hellstriders and Seekers and then pull out and regen the shields and go back in and do some pretty good work. They're decently fast. They're heavily armored, so they don't care about getting shot at by Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh that much. It is nice having a couple of Hellstriders in reserve. Were the Blood Beasts counting for marks in this tournament? So I can't keep track of all of that. It's so different for everybody. Rotting Riders are awesome. Just when they get swarmed, they need some lads. I guess that's where the Forsaken can come in. I mean, Forsaken against Slaanesh, you know, I mean, they're a fire and forget unit. Against Slaanesh, that doesn't like, hurt their odds, honestly. Just because they can just fly in there. They either kill something or they don't. They trade okay into the really annoying units, like Demonette's okay. Tons of Marauders works. Archie is great. Searing Doom and Spirit Leech, I think, are the best options. Slayer of Kings is great, but by that same token, you're relying on your opponent to, like, actually land their lord or put them in a position where Archaon can actually hit them and do damage to them, and, you know, a Slaanesh player is probably not going to make that mistake unless they really blunder. You're better off not counting on that. Archaon's already a good enough duelist that he can beat up on lords pretty well. Armor of Morkar is interesting. I just think that abilities like this that are activatable are a little too hard to make use of. Flaming Sword of Ruin isn't a bad idea either, just to give magical attacks to stuff, but you can do this, and I think you'll be much better off. Let's get a couple of the Forsaken in the opening. What else do you... Oh yeah, you had all the Horsemen. Horsemen are really good. I love having them mixed in there. And what else do you want? You know, like, one spawn of Tzeentch isn't the worst idea, because they sunder armor. They've also got magical attacks. You know, they're unbreakable. They've got an overshield, too. So they can be kind of annoying, potentially. That's all your marks. I like Aspiring Champions. They are a pretty good unit. They're very good at holding, you know, points and such. Blood Beasts don't count for marks. I don't know what CA's doing with the marks being all funky like this. Kind of bizarre. What else do you bring? I mean, maybe one of these guys. Maybe a cockatrice to go after a Azazel somehow. I don't think that's a very good idea. That's just that's the intrusive thoughts getting to me a little bit there. I don't know. Maybe an army like this, very similar to what you had, but maybe a little bit more durable. The Marauder Great Weapons can come out if there are Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh out. I'm not super sold on bringing Chaos Warrior onto the field against Slaanesh. Don't really know what else you should spend the money on, though. Got 1,200 here. Gorebeast Chariots aren't very good. Maybe just the Aspiring Champion instead. 550, is there anything to spend it on? Not really. Maybe one Poison Warhound could work. Play around with the last 1,500. I don't think that any hounds of any kind are going to do you any favors in that matchup. It's going to be too squishy, like I said. You can just be an absolute lunatic and bring a third Chaos Knight. Yeah, I think this army would be legal, for all intents and purposes. I wish you could bring some Blood Beasts in here. But I don't think they're super necessary. They're very vulnerable to Hellstriders and Missile Fire, which Slaanesh does have pretty decent access to. So I think they're not a great unit. I think Spawn are just going to end up being fine enough that they're able to help you out in the long run. If you could bring more Forsaken, I would say bring more Forsaken, but that's just not an option. So we just make do with what we've got. Something this. You got, like, good mobility, you've got something that can punish your opponent's mobility if they're trying to attack your infantry. You've got skirmish pressure, you've got a spawn that can, like, sit on top of a point with, you know, like a Aspiring Champion and just be an absolute nightmare to deal with. As both of these units in tandem will just beat up on everything. You can even put the spawn on top of the Forsaken and do some good work there. Which is just another, like, thought in theory. But, you know, just play around with it, man. Warriors of Chaos have an unreasonable amount of variety and versatility, so never a bad idea to experiment and see what you can come up with. Yeah, Blood Beasts count for marks, figures, and always take Slayer of Kings. It's a cool item, and it makes Archaon an absolute menace. It's just tough. I mean, you got kited out by Azazel. What are you going to do about it? That was, that by the time you were in the late game and you had an opportunity to actually, like, punch him in the face, that was your one chance back into the game, and Pinchy did a really good job of maneuvering him out of that fight and then just keeping him safe the rest of the game, denying you an opportunity. So yeah, that is definitely going to be it now. Starving to death. Thank you guys for coming and watching, hanging in here, and checking it all out. I'll be back soon with some more content for you, and I'll see you guys then. Take care. Peace out, y'all.